with industry and other stakeholders. We need to see sustainable financing. It's very difficult for ITIs or higher education institutions to be able to invest if they don't know that they're going to have sustainable financing in 5-10 years. We also need to see these flexible pathways. I'll talk about that in a little bit more. And we also need to see that state engagement options are particular to the needs of the state, that we cannot have blanket federal level models that are applied to all the states. And of course, there's a image challenge, of course, with TVET institutions, and we do need to change that. So this is the interconnected skilling system that I mentioned earlier. We have lots of these arrows pointing around. This is only the formal education system, but we do need to see a lot more agility in the system so that people are not only in the academic general education track, but if somebody is in a technical education or vocational education track, that there's back and forth that goes in between these different tracks. We also need to make sure, as the Madam Principal Secretary mentioned, if you have on-the-job experience, that somehow that's acknowledged and fed into this, the more formal education system. From our side, from the World Bank side, we're looking at 5 sectors as potential, as important for development of countries. So we see energy and infrastructure as being key, agribusiness, healthcare, tourism, and value-added manufacturing. And part of what we're trying to do is to map those kinds of jobs and to understand what are the skills that are needed. And it goes anywhere from 3-month micro-credentials to more of these 2 to 5 year master's PhD programs. So you need a huge range of skills. But what I can tell you is that the massive impact that we're going to have on the labor market is probably not at the upper end, right? We need massive amounts of these shorter 3 to 6 month training programs, and we need those to be very successful so that you're getting people reskilled, upskilled, and right back into the labor market. This is where we're likely to have the most impact in terms of the needs of the labor force. We're really excited that the government of India is looking very seriously at all of the above that I've mentioned. There are lots of challenges, but we're really encouraged to see at the federal level, at the state level, a lot of engagement around this. So there's a national scheme for the industrial training institutes, the ITI upgradation. And the World Bank and ADB were very, very pleased to be partners in developing this national scheme. I won't go into the detail because this is being rolled out in the coming months. But I think one thing that I really wanted to mention is the governance element. We're saying that it's not enough for the government to be in charge of these ITIs, that you need to bring in industry, not just to be partners in developing courses, not just to be partners in financing, but actually governing these ITIs and having a stake to make sure that they have some skin in the game in terms of the outcomes that we see in these ITIs. This is a bit of a shift in terms of how we look at ITIs that have normally been run by the public, by the public sector, but really making sure that we're shortening that labor demand voice coming from industry. So just to conclude, I mentioned that there are exciting changes happening in India. We're very excited to see it, but in a country of this scale, in this scope, what we know also is that we cannot continue to do business as usual programming. We're not reaching enough young people in massive amounts to be able to make the kind of dent that we need in the labor market needs. And so just to point to 2 things. One is evidence and iteration. As the national scheme of ITI upgradation gets rolled out, we need to get the feedback from industry. We need to get feedback from foundations, from academia. We need to hear from all of you how things are going. And if things are not going well, we need to make iterations and changes as we go. And the last one is sustainability. As I said, financing sustainability is very important. We can confirm from our side, we want to come in with investments from the World Bank side. The ADB is partnering with us on this front as well. We think that's an important element, but we can't do it alone, and the government can't do it alone. And this is also where we need the partnership from the private sector to come in as well. So thanks a lot, and we look forward to the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your valuable words, ma'am. We request you to ma'am to graciously stay back on the stage. We proceed with. Please extend appreciation with a heartful applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. Moving to the next section. With all respect, I'm inviting Dr. Jiju P. Alex, member of Kerala State Planning Board. The moderator, please welcome sir to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together.
So good morning all. The panelists of this session are Professor Young J.O. Please come onto the stage. Sri Gopal Davanahalli, sir, please. Sri Om Jeevan Gupta. Om Jeevan Gupta is here. Sri Sushmit Chakraborty, please. Sri Sandeep Girotra, please come onto the stage. Welcome panelists to this session. we will be mostly discussing how education and skills are going to be instrumental in fostering growth, particularly in the context of Kerala and also the country and the whole world as a whole. In fact, as a state which has been spearheading in many sectors of development, Kerala has been able to ensure universal education, and we have made major strides in the higher education as well. But still, there is an enigma which exists regarding how education and skill could be integrated. What can we do to integrate skills in the entire spectrum of education that we offer to these students, and how we can make the future population more employable, more skilled, so that they would become the instruments of growth of the state. And a brief introduction to the current status of economic growth of Kerala. We have been focusing mostly on innovation. We have been mostly focusing on capital investment in various sectors. Since the state does not have much opportunity to invest in hardcore sectors, for its economic development, we have to majorly focus on knowledge-based economy. So knowledge becomes a basic element of development of the state. And with the high human development indices, we believe that Kerala would be able to march forward in this direction. So this is the context in which we are going to set this particular discussion. As I have announced, we have Professor Young with us. He is a professor of Technical University of Korea. We also have Sri Gopal Devanahalli, who is the president Skilling Wadhwani Foundation. And we have Sushmit Chakrabarti, manager, South Asia Industry Engagement, Deakin University. And also we have Sri Sandeep, I think I'm pronouncing your surname proper, Girotra or Girotra? I don't know. Okay. Sandeep Girotra, Executive Director and Chief Human Resource Officer, DCM. So my first question is to Professor Young. So you have global experience, and how do you visualize the whole spectrum of integration between education and skilling at the global level? What exactly is the current directions, and what exactly is the current trend?
Hello, everyone. Actually, I'm not very familiar with this situation because I'm not government oriented and I'm industry oriented, but I'm teaching at a university in Korea. So I thought what I have to do, tell you, that is history of my university. The Tech University of Korea is established in 1998 at the heart of National Industrial Complex. I think that is very important. The environment tells a lot. There are about 20,000 companies around us, and 250, about 250,000 people working there. So the industrial complex creating a lot of jobs. There's no problem finding a job as a student. And then the employer does not experience any problem to find skilled workers. So I can say that university's location helps a lot, in my opinion.
So how do you respond to that? How do you respond to that, please?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for having me here. Uh, what we are doing at Wadhwani Foundation is focusing on how can we help people get skills which can get them a family sustaining job. That's on one side. And on the other side, like was talked by the earlier speakers, how do we actually help create jobs? I think in India, both are important, and in Kerala, both are important. One is to make sure that people are getting skilled to find the jobs, and on the other side, how do we make sure jobs are getting created? So we have two programs, and we are working with the Kerala state on both the sides. So on the job creation side, what we are doing is we are helping students get exposed to entrepreneurship early in the early stage itself. So, for example, in colleges, we have embedded a program where we get students to get exposed to entrepreneurship, and by the time they graduate, they probably have a business plan, and hopefully they'll go on to become entrepreneurs. On the entrepreneurship side, we also work with early stage startups and small and medium enterprises, helping them scale. So that's something we're doing on the job creation side. And on the skilling side, like the conversations that have happened today morning, I think what we are focusing on, where we think there's a gap between what industry wants and what is being produced, one of the gaps, I mean, there are many gaps, one of the gaps that we are focused on is what we call employability skills or soft skills. And we, based on the surveys we have done with companies, they say while domain skills are very important, obviously, but when we select students, we look for soft skills. And in most of the states in India where we work with, we find that there is an issue there. And we work, therefore, we've created a program called Focused on Soft Skills that we scale by working with the governments. So we offer this program in ITIs, in colleges, in polytechniques, in vocational training institutes, where along with the domain skills, the soft skills are taught. And this we think will help the students get those jobs. So both are critical, and we can talk more about it as we go.
So can you just reflect on what would be the kind of skills that have to be embedded into this school education from what he has just now stated? Can you take it a bit further? What kind of skills have to be embedded in the whole curriculum, and what exactly is your expectation?
Absolutely. No, thank you so much for having me. And I think Gopal just hit the nail right there. I think it's about a map, and also a lot of efforts being put to one, create opportunities, and also the right skill sets being addressed. And what are the main key point, and this is exactly what Dr. Sharmila was also mentioning. Um, what's there as a demand, like a skill demand from the industry? I think ultimately it's the industry, and for a student, from a student perspective, it is the ROI, where they are getting placed, what is the job that they are doing, whether it is aligning with the passion that they have, whether it is aligning with the with the future, the career that they have planned, etc. But all of this involves one or two core skills, which is where we can mention, we can put it as a foundational skill. But there are some skills that float across sectors. I think you mentioned about softer skills. Absolutely. Uh, to add to that layer, I think there are new age skills like digital and data literacy. I think these are very, very important, when we look at uh, particularly the industry. And I represent Deakin University, which is an Australian university based in Melbourne. And I'm not sure if all of us here know, but Deakin has also become the first ever international university to set up its campus in India, which is in the uh, Gujarat region, the Gift City in Gandhinagar. And we've spent quite a lot of time, about 30 years in India from 1994 till date. We were the first ones to set up our office also in India. So we've understood and realized the industry pain points, which is precisely what an industry academia collaboration should be working towards. And majority of the times when we look at, we talk about the pain points, it is the softer skills, it is the the job readiness that is lacking. You talk about a lot of analytical and adaptability skills which is missing. Two very, very important skills that I really want to highlight uh, now is a problem solving methodology and also a critical thinking ability. I think and this, I can say this with some confidence, because the inaugural cohort of Deakin Gift City, has now been absorbed by the industry, and one of the multinational company who've recently absorbed about seven odd Deakin students. What they identified is that while the core cyber security skill or a business analytics skill for that cohort was important, but it was very, very important to look at the distinguishing skill, which is the critical thinking ability from that cohort. So I think these are the skills that one should be focusing on. There are multiple models that one can look at, with some efforts that we've put through the last 30 years. We've realized it's important to pick the right partner, especially when we look at an India Australia corridor, from the sense where there's so much happening, there's so much of especially after the NEP, there's so much of flexibility with the model. So I think it's important to identify and pick the right Indian partner. It can be an institutional partner along with an industry partner to bring in all the right elements, directed, governed, and guided by the government policies. And I'm sure such forums in Kochi, of course. I'm very excited to understand what is it that the government is focusing on. I know I'm very well aware of what ASAP is doing, and there's so much of I think Professor Young mentioned, Gopal, you mentioned as well about how important it is to link the mobility and the job prospect from the skills point of view. So it's important to to create jobs what is in demand, rather than and also address the skills accordingly, rather than students studying something else and then going into a corporate, both as well as the student realize that there is a skill gap, which is what I think was mentioned in the previous presentation by Dr. Sharmila as well. I think that skill gap needs to be bridged. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. In fact, we have been trying to find out how this integration could happen in our schools and colleges. Recently, we have tried to revise our curricula, particularly in the light of the new education policy and all that, in the school as well as in the higher education system. And how do you basically and practically do this process? And how can you strike a balance between this theoretical framework and also the skill framework, so that there would not be any gaps in administration of a course? At the same time, you have to ensure that the people or the students grab and acquire the skills which are required for employability. So it is going to be an enigma. Basically, it's going to be a difficult proposition. Can you just reflect on that? What exactly is possible from your experience?
Look, am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Look, I think we've talked about skills quite a lot. Kiko-san also talked about skills, ITIs and all that. And then we've got our panelists also talking about from two of them from the education industries, education background. Let me share my point of view from the industry, because that's really where the rubber meets the road. One, there was this debate has been beaten to death for a very long period of time, whether we have the education which is aligned, or the education that is imparted, is it aligned to what is required from a skill standpoint? And I think this debate will continue to go on, because as we gradually move up the value chain and there's AI happening and all that stuff, many of the curriculums that we have in our colleges, our education institutes, will continue to become redundant over a period of time, faster than what we have seen in the last so many years. So we need to keep pace with that. The bigger issue that I am looking at and the industry is facing right now is about intent. Intent of people who want to work. And I'm going to be opening a Pandora's box here by stating that you may have the best curriculum available, the most suited curriculum available for people to find a job, but if they don't want to find a job, what do I do? Let me give you an example. It is not We have, like Kiko mentioned, I think jokingly, we should be proud of the fact that we are number one populated country in the world. I'm not too sure if we should be proud of that or not, but let's assume that we are 1.5 billion. The level and the youngest workforce in the world, yet very high level of unemployment. At the same time, we are also growing. The economy is growing at more than 6% year on year. So this paradigm, I've not been able to understand. We are growing fast. We have a young workforce, and we have very huge, large unemployment. Then why is it happening? Don't we have jobs? Answer is yes. We have sugar factories, DCM Shriram, sugar factories, and then we got other places. We find it difficult to find labor. We don't get people to do to work, and everybody seems to be wanting to do something sexier. And I don't know what that job is, but nobody wants to do anything which seems like meaningless to them. But somebody has to do it, and so it is an intent issue also which is creeping up, which is much more acute to my mind. The other issue can be solved. We can create a curriculum which can help them get a job. We can create all that stuff. But what do I do with the mindset? People have got used to, I don't want to name programs, government run programs. People have got used to sitting at home and getting doles. So I think more and more, that's the problem that we are going to be facing. We are becoming a society wherein there's going to be more and more pull and push towards haves and have-nots. That's a problem we've got to solve.
Certainly, and I think we have to add one more component. Should we make it more aspirational? Do you want to say that, or is it because of something else? What exactly could be the reason?
I don't know what the reason is. I hope I could find the reason. Um, Fair enough. We can always say that we need to make it more aspirational for people. Uh, Getting a job, a good livelihood, reasonable good amount of money and skill for the future, is that not aspirational? That is aspirational. People don't want to do that. There's a lot of people who want to migrate from rural to urban. They don't have the skill sets to do that over there, but they don't want to do the job that they are skilled to do. So I'm always looking for something else. How do I get the skill to do a job which is plus plus plus? But the skill that I have today, I don't want to use. So that's a problem that we have to solve.
Please.
No, I think Sandeep brings up an important point. But just to kind of counter to that, Sandeep, I think one of the issues is people need to find, especially the mid-skills folks, need to find jobs in the location that they are part of, right? And so for that, how do we do that? I mean, we need demand in that location. We need to identify the demand and try to match demand with the people who are there. That's one problem. And the second problem, like you said, is how do we make it aspirational? People are getting into skilling programs without knowing whether they're the right person for that. So, for example, somebody has been told you can become a drone technician, and so they get into that program of being a drone technician without knowing what it involves. You may have to stand 8 hours a day, for example, right? So to do certain things. So that how do we do the proper career guidance to ensure people are finding careers which is reasonable, and then looking for jobs in those areas. So demand, I think Dr. Shamila made that point that how do we get demand signals to match, and what is it that companies are looking for, and match that with the skilling is very critical. So, and especially as things are changing so rapidly, as technologies are changing, how do we do that? So that is something that we need to seriously look at.
So, Professor Young, I would like to find out we had an exclusive stream for for vocational education in India, and now they have been brought under a framework of vocational skilling framework kind of thing. That's a complicated, and there are so many skill councils are there. So, globally, do you have an exclusive stream of vocational education, and what exactly is the match between the vocational education stream and the general education stream? Have you noticed anything of that kind in your experience?
Actually, my university is surrounded by a lot of companies, so they create most jobs around us. So we don't very much interested in the global global relationships to find a job. So actually, I don't have a very significant idea about getting a job overseas. They want, but I don't know yet what to do because the students doesn't require the kind of jobs. They want to stay inside around the Seoul area, and but actually we are experiencing a kind of a risk, which is from AI. Actually, my student can program in Java or C++. That's enough to find a job. But these days, they couldn't because AI generates all the kind of codes as a. But our student, my student, my student is not a professional yet. So if I want to get into a job market, they have to study AI. That's the very risky signal to our students.
So I also would like to bring your attention to how do you generate jobs based on your initiatives in local economic development, particularly in a country like India. We have been industrializing for quite some time and we have intensified the pace of industrialization recently with more focus on small, medium sector enterprises, etc. And this has got a lot of opportunity to create jobs. It is not only corporate jobs. So how do you integrate this MSME boom, which has been happening in India, with job creation and skilling? Do you have any take on this?
Yeah, we're right. Okay, look, no, that's fine. I get the gist. I get the gist. Look, uh, this issue, like any other issue, let's call it an issue for the time being. Everybody has to dance in symphony or tango in symphony or whatever. There's a job that the education sector has to do, which is ensuring that we are putting the right skills and all that stuff. There's a job that the industry has to do to create more jobs for people. Then there is a job that the government has to do to ensure that we provide the right infrastructure. The three of them, or maybe there's a social angle to it, all four of them have to work together. Unfortunately, in India, many times I've seen that all these four are intertwined in such a way that nobody takes accountability for anything. So, creation of jobs is definitely 80% of that would lie with the industry. Uh, like what Gopal was talking about, I think industry has to now ensure that we are moving out of a few 8 to 10 metropolitans, getting into um the rural areas or whatever, the tier 2, tier 3 cities and setting up manufacturing stuff over there. We have done reasonably well as far as services are concerned, but real base of any or country economy would be the manufacturing. I mean, if you create manufacturing base, that unfortunately is not happening to the extent that one would look at. If you look at globally, I think America, US did a very good job of let's say about 50, 70 years ago. You'd hardly find only banks would be sitting in New York or Chicago, but a lot of other industries would set up their bases, 500,000, 1,500 miles away, something that we have not done so well. And if we do that, and consciously, I think that started happening now. If we do that, there's a level of employment that will get created, opportunities will get created, aspirations will get. So I don't have to then leave my house and go 1,000 miles away to get a job. and that is what is causing. So industry is now looking at those things, and I think government is also helping by giving uh, you know land at a much cheaper rate and promoting all those things. So this piece has now started happening, and I'm happy that that is happening from industry standpoint. The rest, I think, academia would.
You want to reflect on this?
Yes, I'll quickly, you know, basically bring in another lens to this. Now, one is industry, of course. We are also looking at, um, cross-country talent mobility, cross-country business opportunities, and at the same time, leveraging, each other's strengths. Because ultimately, what we want is a quality workforce, the capability development and the capacity building that we are trying to initiate in India. It has to be quality to, of course, we know the scale, we talk about volumes. uh, we were talking about the the right jobs that the industry is creating, but again aligning it to the, I think I'll go back to the point where we were talking about attitude, the aspirations. I feel, I mean, from a student or a talent, a fresh talent perspective, the sooner you get exposed and included within the industry, I think that just brings in that aspiration and the passion. One may or may not continue with that particular, let's say, industry, the sector that one is in, because it's when you deep dive into a pool to learn swimming, the sooner you do it, the better and quicker you acquire those skills. So it's something around that only, and it is important for the industry as well as academia, and I'm including global industries, global institutions, having engagement models which allows a particular talent or a student to, probably work into live projects, much early into their academic journey. And the sooner you start with that, then the industry also has an opportunity to gauge that talent, that particular cohort, and understand whether this person will be a right fit or not. Having said that, even if there is a 60% fit there, the journey is still, that is still the start. One can look at internships, one can look at, like a dual offer where an internship of 6 months plus, a live, problem statement which is being given, and simulations, workshops. There's so much that one can do. The point is, the sooner we start embedding and, getting the two together, I think the aspirations will build, the problems will get solved quicker, and also will hit the quality. The gaps will diminish.
I think we have another point of discussion right now. He just pointed out the gaps. See, the practical issue that we face as a policymaker, particularly in Kerala, is that you want to align all your curriculum and all your other activities in line with what is happening out in the industry or in the job market. So what we right now face is lack of dynamic databases which would tell you what kind of changes are happening in the job market and how do you make your education system responsive to that. So what exactly is the mechanism that we may be able to follow? Because we have been, even for this particular summit, we have been looking for databases to find out how do you identify the skill sets required to be integrated into the curriculum. So that is going to be a big problem for us. Can you please, Sandeep, can?
No, I think that's a very good point. And as what we are seeing is that we need to take a ecosystem approach. So what we have done, at least in the foundation, is we've picked 10 ecosystems currently in India. Places like Lucknow, Vijayawada, Bangalore, of course, NCR, etc. And where we are actually talking to corporates like, say, DCM, and trying to see what is the demand at the next 4 quarters, what kind of roles are they hiring. So we ourselves are capturing because there is no database, right? So we're actually doing that in these places and then trying to see if we can match it. But hopefully, the platform that we're creating, we obviously will plug into government databases, other databases, and we want to ensure that there is visibility on both sides, the company side as to what kind of profiles are available, and on the candidate side, what kind of jobs are available. So that's an exercise we are doing. So, but from that learning, I think what is important is for Kerala state to probably take it one level lower, rather than looking at it at a state level. I think we have to look at it at a district level or an ecosystem level and try and see if we can capture demand and supply in those places and make that available to everyone. I think that's one important thing. And I think today it is possible to do that at scale because of technology and AI. So that's the advantage that is there. If we can get this right, the power is huge. For example, what we are offering to our beneficiaries or students is a set of AI tools, like looking at doing a career advisor, doing an interview coach. So there's an AI interview coach which will help them prepare for jobs which are relevant for that ecosystem, right? So all that is possible once you get this database right.
So your reflections on this, I mean, do you have anything special to say about this? Maybe we are looking for certain mechanisms to update the databases so that the responses of the industry could be integrated into the curriculum. So this is something which is very important, and I think this is in the future it is going to be a major issue. So do you have any experiences on that? How to do it, and could you?
No, no, absolutely. I think that's right. Let's stay with what we have today. What we have today, we have a pretty robust ITI system for a minute. And I'm glad that, I think it's been running for many, many decades, maybe about 50 years or so. There is a need for industry to get involved in some of those things right at the grassroots level, because it's a win-win situation. Nobody loses, nobody gains. If you don't do anything, we don't gain anything. But if you do something, then everybody gains. Um, we now work. For example, I can talk only about DCM. We now work with ITIs in the area that we operate in, and we run specific curriculums which are required for us. Now, what is happening is, and that's where we have started seeing now a little bit of a challenge, because some of the skills that we've worked out, curriculum that we have worked out with AI, with digitization, with manufacturing 4.0, some of those skills are becoming redundant. Very soon enough, quickly they become redundant. So the industry also has to be agile in being able to forecast what skills would be required, let's say 3 or 4 years hence, and start developing those skills and sharing those skills with the ITIs. And that process, I don't think is happening right now. And that's where the intermediaries like, the work that you're doing or Wadhwani Foundation can help, because physically impossible for a company to, because our job, we are in the business of producing sugar. We're not in the business of producing curriculums, but we are in the business of anticipating what may happen in the future and converting that. So that's where the tango has to happen.
So far, we have been mostly discussing about academics. We would like to have a few questions. I mean, one round of questions on R&D as well, research and development. We have been citing examples of big universities, particularly well-acclaimed universities, establishing, I mean, having linkages with big industry houses. That is something which can be done only by very esteemed institutions, not all the colleges and institutions. At the same time, this one fit for all model is being imposed and suggested for even small institutions which are not have not acquired the capability to do so. So I think this issue is a major issue wherein we find it very difficult to establish this kind of academic industry linkage in all levels of institutions. I think any one of you can maybe respond to this. I don't know whether you have got my question or not. I'm talking about research and development which are required by the industry, and how do you link R&D by industry with academic institutions?
I started in 1998, 27 years ago. And then there were small and medium companies. Mostly they are related to the kind of low-level technology at the time. But time flows, they developed their business. how to develop their business. Government motivation gave them a motivation as a kind of fund to develop new technology. Then they created jobs, and then they want to R&D jobs too. So university changes to the R&D, or what kind of R&D course or R&D graduate schools. Then we can cooperate with the companies again. Then we can get up the level of technology. Uh, we became a kind of a high level technology university. And then, so we changed the name from Korea Polytechnic University to Tech University of Korea. So, I mean, I just want to talk about I just want to say about that, the role of government. Government should give a kind of motivation to companies. Yeah, that's very important. And then in Korea, government wants to build up setting up the industrial complex first, then invite the companies there. And then like the university like us, and then located there, they developed together. That's the cooperation, I mean.
Just take 1 minute. I think it's very important for research and development, especially in the current environment which we are in, where there's so many things happening worldwide. I think India, and for Kerala, especially being a knowledge economy, we need to do that. What Vadvani Foundation has done recently is that we have committed $150 million along with the government of India to fund research clusters. One, for example, in IIT Kanpur for AI, IIT Bombay for synthetic biology, and a lot of other IITs and ISCs, as well as AICTE institutions, where we're giving grants along with the government of India to people who can take a patent or a paper to a product level, right? So that they can create jobs. So that is where we are intervening. And I'm sure many such interventions are required to create the R&D environment in India.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Professor Young. Thank you, Sushmit. Uh, thank you, Gopal, and thank you, Sandeep. In fact, I am not attempting to make a conclusion because already we have passed the schedule. Thank you, everyone, for your very active involvement in the discussion, and we have been able to get a lot of cues and very useful tips from you. I think we would integrate all these things in the outcome of this particular seminar and also this global summit. Thank you very much for your patient listening and also for your great participation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the session. We have with us 5 dignitaries on stage. Our respected moderator, along with our 4 distinguished guests, I kindly request the moderator to take her seat. So please take your seats. Moderator. The remaining guests continue to be on the stage for the presentation of a token of love. At this moment, kindly invite DMC Vijnana Keralam Kannur District Mr. Sujit to come forward and present the token of love. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for this. Yes, sure. Please express your appreciation by your applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. Moving to the next section. Kindly invite Dr. Deepa P. Gopinath, retired professor, College Engineering of Trivandrum. Kindly inviting Dr. Deepa P. Gopinath to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put your hands together. Welcome her.
Good morning. So we are on to the next session, panel discussion on a beautiful topic, education meets employment, connecting education with industry and workforce. So we have as panelists, Dilip Shenoy, Chairman Bharat Web 3 Association, Jaishankar Prasad, Director, Center for Management Development, Lohit Bhatia, President, Workforce Management QSCO, Tom Bevick, Professor of Skills and Workforce Policy, and Dr. Vrinda V. Nair, Consultant KDISC and former Joint Director, Department of Technical Education and former Dean Research KTU. I invite the panelists onto the stage. Yeah. Since another session is going on in parallel, two of our panelists, Dilip Shenoy and Jaishankar Prasad, will be joining us shortly. So we shall start with Lohit Bhatia ji and Vrinda ji. So the topic is education meets employment. So first of all, let's look into whether there is a skill gap between the currently educated youth and the demands of the industry and other workforce. So let's start with Lohit ji.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting us here. I think the most important thing that we must understand in this entire topic is what is everybody's role. The government's role is to play an ecosystem partner. The government has to facilitate infrastructure development, human development index, quality of life, sustainability, safety for people, education at a primary level and the basic level, food sustainability and the basics. Education's role is to provide people with hard skills, to be able to tell them what they eventually want to excel in or do in life. And as everybody's been speaking, all the speakers have been saying since morning, today also to embed that with a lot of soft skills. Industry's role is to provide livelihood and the opportunities to the talent. Then when all three of them existed or have been existing for over 100 years, why do we have this topic? Why do we have this discussion? I think the discussion becomes relevant is because there's a lot of emphasis when it comes to education towards hard skills. There is a lot of requirement of industry towards soft skills. You will typically notice that when an interview process goes through, what do we read in a resume? What kind of questions do we ask on an interview table? We ask which school did you go to? What college did you go to? What degrees do you have? and what skills do you have? Typically, we are asking for skills which are as called as hard skills. But when a person leaves a job, have you ever assessed why the person is leaving the job? Most often than not, people leave the job because the soft skills are lacking and they are unable to stay there. Skilling ecosystem takes care of that continuum. So skilling ecosystem takes care of what education, rightly so, wanting to provide is unable to fully provide, and what industry requires is beyond just the hard skills. Let me flip this argument from another point of view, because this question also gets raised a lot. Why can't education catch up with what industry wants? And I think it is unfair to the education system to expect that education will catch up to anything and everything that industry wants. Industry is innovative. Industry is always future ready. Industry is always thinking what will be required 1, 3, 5, or 7 years. Industry also creates new technology. Industry also creates new processes. And many times these technologies and processes might be under the eyes of IPR, and if they're under the eyes of IPR, you may or may not want to let it out from your organization perspective. And hence, I come back to the point that that's what skilling ecosystem can provide. That when somebody is ready for hard skills, how do you prepare them for the soft skills? How do you prepare them for the industry readiness? And to ensure that they stay sustainability with that program. I'll pause with this and come back.
So as you rightly pointed out, education is not expected to cater all the needs, and it's not quite possible to do that also. So my question to Vrinda ma'am is, in this context, how can we fill that gap through other activities like internships, on-the-job training, or of that sort?
Thank you, Deepa, for the question. And I agree with Bhatia, Mr. Bhatia, on the soft skill part which you just now mentioned. But I also feel that I was a professor in one of the engineering colleges, College of Engineering, Trivandrum, and later on as in APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University, I was a dean there, and then right now I am in an organization called KDISC, which is one of the partners for organizing the skill summit here. So now regarding the skills, I think there is a large spectrum of skills, and the students who come out of the educational institution is lacking those of like critical thinking skills of collaboration, and problem solving skills are something which they really lack. And in KDISC, we actually have a few schemes. Like today morning, the Education Minister, Dr. Bindu, had mentioned about connecting career to campus. There is a scheme like that which had been there earlier, but this time CCC 2025 comes out in a slightly different shape. It's called Naipunya 2025. Naipunya, the Malayalam word, it means skills. Okay, so CCC 2025 Naipunya is the name of the scheme. It's a new scheme which is being proposed, and there we are covering around 5 components. The first one is internship. That is internship opportunity for students in industry. Another opportunity is for apprenticeship. So apprenticeship is, I think again, Keiko, I think Professor Keiko from the World Bank, that expert, she mentioned about the ITIs. So apprenticeships are usually given to ITIs, and there is a Right Walk Foundation who, and they are supporting the apprenticeships of ITI students. And there are 2 schemes, that is National Promotion Scheme for diploma students and other scheme for engineering students also. So apart from internship and apprenticeships, there is another component also which is earn while you learn. That is as the student are they are student, they can also go for a part-time job. So that's also a possibility. Again, spinning off from what Dr. Bindu madam today morning mentioned, there are one or two schemes like campus industrial parks on industry on campus. There are two such schemes in Kerala. So there are opportunities for students to go for a part-time job as they are learning. So that's another component. And so these are certain. And again, another very important component is real life problem solving skills. So we have also introduced the real life problems, an opportunity for that through one or two programs of KDISC. We have a young innovators program where the university, even school students are given opportunity to take up real life projects from the community or from the industry or from the departments. And we have another program called One Local Government, One Idea, OLOI, which is where actually I'm coming from that project. And there we have a new scheme called Block Innovation Cluster, where the problems from the society, from the block panchayats are being taken as problems for the students. So the real life problem solving opportunity is also there. I think I shall continue in the next round.
So the Vrinda ma'am was narrating the initiatives by the Kerala government. So that is somewhat it's sort of experiential learning. So that may make the students like industry ready. But then after once they go into industry also, they have to upgrade themselves. So it's a sort of lifelong learning. That skill should be there. So how can we enable students to go into a lifelong learning skill to get that skill?
So yeah, that's a very valid point, and let's look at it from the perspective of any professional. From the time we start working to the time that we eventually retire, it's a fairly long 35, 37, or 40 years of journey for any individual, right? During this course, many technologies will change, industry 4.0, and then eventually 5.0, 6.0, robotics, machine learning, and all of this will come about. There'll be a lot of intellectual property rights which will get built, and the ways of working would change. So one, it's essential for professionals to obviously constantly keep learning new facets, new ways of working, new ways of delivering. That's essential. The second, more importantly, is, and Vrinda ma'am was just mentioning that, earn while you learn or apprenticeship programs, while this is being spoken about for some time now with all state governments as well as union governments, the power of this is still not really understood. And I'll give you an example. So I come from an organization called QuestCorp. We are headquartered in Bangalore, but we are everywhere. We are in the state of Kerala as well. Kerala ranks, so we have close to about 470,000 people deployed everywhere. Kerala ranks 13th in our number of people who work for us. And this state has about 15,000 people who work for us. Majority of the talent which comes working for our organization can start as low as a 10th standard with an ITI, or a 12th standard, or a graduate. And on the other extreme end for technology workers is also postgraduate. When we ask them the question that why don't you come for an apprenticeship program, why don't you come for a formal job, invariably the answer that we get is, no, the entry level wage for the initial period is low. Now this is where counseling has to come into play. Why counseling has to come into play is, you plot the productive life of 35 to 40 years for two individuals. On one side you put somebody in the informal sector, and you will notice even 40 years later, they may be getting only cash wages, they may be getting only limited wages, hardly any career enhancement, hardly any skilling, hardly any growth, hardly any promotions. On the other hand, you start with an apprenticeship program, or you start with an earn while you learn program. It may take 1 to 3 years. And even if you start at, say, 13,000, 15,000, 18,000, depending on the state minimum wage, whichever part of the country we are talking about, you would notice that there are multitudinal improvements as time goes by. So as they spend 3 years, 5 years, the kind of career enhancement they get, the kind of promotions they get, many of the young girls that we send to manufacturing companies, especially to automobile giants and to automobile component companies and all, we find that within 3 years, the girls almost double their income levels. From a start of 17, 18,000 per month, they now start making something like 30,000 per month if they stay in the program for 3 years and do apprenticeship. In some of our customers, the customer gives a choice that they can go and now do a 4 year degree engineering program funded by the customer, the manufacturing company. And if they return, then they are now in their 8th year, and if they return, they become a GET, and the starting salaries are 7 to 8 lakhs per annum. So the point I'm trying to make is, if that young girl after 10th plus an ITI or after 12th standard would have chosen to go into informal labor market, would have gone for a 10,000, 12,000, 15,000 cash job, 8 years later she'll not be at 8 lakh rupees per annum. So the continuum of education to skills and skills to livelihood needs to be constantly evolved. And I come back to the point that you just raised. This is where social capital and government funding has to be maximum put. That intervention every few years to counsel the people to move upwards and upgrade is most essential. And last point I'd raise is, any society, any country, any economy's GDP grows when the total quantum of population of the country grows. We are almost at the peak end of where our population growth would be. We are at about 1.43, 1.44 billion. We'd probably go up to 1.5, 1.6, and that's it. Then India will max out. After that, the only enhancement India can see is productivity gains. And productivity gains will only happen when there's more skilling, continuous skilling, constant enhancement with the career.
Can I just add to that? Yeah, you spoke about the apprenticeship. This girls, students who complete their 10th and 12th and then going for apprenticeship and then going to the industry and coming back for their higher education. Yeah, I mean, that's again a good idea, which should be, I mean, that the students should be given an awareness of this. But right now, even otherwise, in our KDIS, we have charted out a student career pathway for the graduates, okay, those who are undergoing graduation. So a student career path, we have just charted a career path in which the first and second year, the students can go for what I earlier mentioned, the earn while you learn, as well as the soft skills and communication skill for the first and second year. And then for the third year, which is fifth and sixth semesters, they can take some pre-internship skilling ups and projects. And then for the final year, they can go for advanced projects. So I think this career path, which we have just designed under Naipunya, I think that is a good a design for a career path, which when the students follow, these are undergraduates, that will also, I think, help to fill up the skill gap as we were discussing earlier.
Continuing with what you have said, Hatia ji started the second comment with the point that students don't understand the importance of this. And also, Vrinda ma'am was telling about the career pathway. But the point is, students need to understand the importance of this pathway. Only then they will be taking that. Even though we will be providing all these schemes, students need to understand the importance. So that means either we have to change the teaching methodology, and also we have to integrate it into curriculum. So what are your comments on that?
So I think one very large leap has been taken under the NEP, the new education policy. One of the radical things that we see of the new education policy is, it doesn't force everyone to do 10 plus 2 years of basic schooling and then a 3 year or a 4 year of undergrad only to find their first job. The new education policy is telling you that the students can choose to exit and re-enter the education by taking credentials while they are working, and those credentials will give you enough credits to enhance to the next level when it comes to education also. Now, why is this important? And I'll just go back into some of India's demographic dividend again. See, while we are at about 1.4 billion plus people, our labor force participation rate is roughly about 57%. Our population, which is considered youthful, which can be between the age of 15 to 60, which is your working age, if you really look at it, is again about 65% of the population, 10% of the people who are aged above 60, and another 30% of the population, which is younger than 15. That's India's stats. If you look at this 57%, you would roughly get a population of close to about 700, 750 million. But from that, the working population, if you take out, you have roughly about 600 million people who are there in the working bracket. Of this, our largest segment, about 240 million, is still in agriculture sector. Another 200 odd million are in various forms of informal jobs, menial jobs, or not getting enough to make livelihood met. Now, why does that happen? The reason that that is happening is that a lot of families, even today, don't have the economic might to put their child through full 18 years of contiguous learning. Everybody is not born equal. Everybody is not born in the same kind of a family. Many of us, please look around the room, those who do fabulously well in their careers started much better. They started on a journey where their family funded their entire education, and hence they started ahead of the race, ahead of 90% of the Indian population. So the point I'm trying to make is, when a child comes to 14, 15, or 16 years of age, a lot of families have economic compulsions and they push them into the labor market. The labor market cannot hire somebody at 15, 16 years of age. So unfortunately, they go into the informal labor market. And that's where starts the whole crisis, that you remain behind in your livelihood index, you remain behind in your earning capacity. Now, how this new education policy and everything that the government is doing on apprenticeship and all, how it changes is, it allows a child to exit in the 10th standard, work for a few years, re-enter at a higher level, exit again, work for a few years, gather some skills and credentials, come back, use those, and move up in the undergraduate program. And those credentials will be acceptable by the employers as well. The second reason is because the child is going and working with real life employers, solving real life problems. That is the closest that you can get for skilling. See, whenever I get an opportunity to speak anywhere, whether to the union governments or to the state governments, I often say, don't try to do what the employers would do. Leave that part to the employers. Don't think that we can teach every artificial intelligence, every robotics in some skilling school. We cannot. The employers are best suited to do it in their campuses. What we should do is we should teach everybody life skills beyond the basic skills from the schooling. If we prepare people for life skills, not only will Kerala have people for Kerala, Kerala for India, but more importantly, Kerala and Indians for the whole of the world.
Um, my question to Randa ma'am is, in Kerala, like what have been done in the case of curriculum integration? Is there any initiative in that side?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I actually represent the technical education community. That's I come from the engineering background, and in Kerala there are around 3.5 lakhs of non-technical students coming out each year from the arts and science or applied sciences, and around 50,000, which includes 30,000 engineering plus diploma and ITI students. So that's the whole landscape. So of that, I'm very happy to say that in the engineering scenario, a person who should have been here, Dr. Saji Gopinath, he was a Vice Chancellor of APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University. And it was during his time that a curriculum revision happened. and there has been a good scope. I think just now you mentioned about life skills. The new curriculum is actually a huge change from the previous one, where there is a course on life skills. So it's a wonderful course on life skills during the first and second semester. It's the first year of the engineering curriculum, and then it goes on, and you have entrepreneurship course on entrepreneurship, and then you have a course on design thinking, and parallelly, that's in the sixth semester, you have a course on design thinking, and parallel to that, you have a mini project where socially relevant projects are supposed to be taken by the students, so that the students come out to the society. I mean, it's different from what was previously being done for a mini project, where the students, bring out something, and they don't even go to the stakeholders earlier, but now they have to meet the stakeholders and find out what their requirements are, and then come up with a proof of concept in the mini project, because they won't have much time, 3 or 4 months only, and then they can carry it on to their final year for their main project. So they will be exposed to this, a real life problem. That's how, in the, what Deepa asked, in curriculum we have integrated this thing. And also, apart from this, in the technical education curriculum, that's a KTU curriculum, we also have got two very important or new things called the industry linked minor courses and the industry linked electives. So the industry have been lamenting that there is no scope for their their area to be integrated into the curriculum. Now there is a parallel whole thing, 3, 4, 5, 6 semesters you can put your industry course into the minor. Also, in the 6, 7, and 8, you can put an elective for any particular skills that the industry wants, apart from the other core courses or fundamental courses. So this is also there. This is about the engineering curriculum. And now for the other non-technical, there is a 4-year UG, that's FYUGP right now. The courses have been, as per the new education policy, the three-year courses have been now made 4-year. And I also find a lot of scope in that curriculum also, because in the second year you have got internship, and the final year, the whole year, you can use for, isn't it, internships and projects. So I think there is a lot of scope in the curriculum right now. Thank you, ma'am. So
Sorry for the interruption. Now, as for our panel continues, the discussion on stage, we would also like to engage our audience with a quick interaction. If you wish to participate, please raise your hands and I will bring the mic point to you. If no one is willing, you may continue.
Okay, so since you are from a major industry, I would like to know any successful examples of industry academia collaborations.
So I think the most important collaborations that we've done is recently for manufacturing companies. One for automobile giants which are pivoting from combustion engine to EV, and second is for electronic manufacturing ecosystem, which is really growing leaps and bounds in India, particularly mobile manufacturing, small consumer devices, and small consumer products and all. What we've done is we've built on the leap kind of programs. So we take young students. Many of these employers are preferring 50% or more girl students, and we are taking these students who work inside the factory environment in a real life environment, but they also, out of the 6 days that they work at the factory, they have one full day as embedded training inside the facility. So there are trainers who come from the academic side and from the education industry. It's a full-blown program which marries both your work output as well as what you want to enhance and become in the next level. So let's say you're a shop floor executive. For you to pivot in 3 years' time from a shop floor executive to an assembly line supervisor, or to become an assistant manager and manage the assembly line and everything, which is a 3-year program, then the complete embedded program happens. So for all of those 3 years, one day in a week is dedicated for education inside the facility. 5 days are where you actually work on the assembly line and you contribute to the company. The company pays, in every situation, pays at least the state minimum wage or more, They also provide benefits like the education and the training. And successful participants can then thereafter also go for higher education with any of the universities which are tying up these programs. Again, now, thanks to programs like LEAP and thanks to programs like apprenticeship, the governments recognize these programs and allow the collaboration between industry as well as academics.
Yeah, can I just have like is it the those who are employed in the company who are given a chance for what is it, upskilling?
So these would mostly be young students who have come with an ITI background, and then they have a 3-year pathway.
Ma'am, can I have a question, please? Yeah, I don't know whether the discussion will cover these points. So one thing, since Kioscorp has been in Kerala for quite a long time, and in my previous office, I worked some part of it. The question like, is the low salary concern of students, is especially you face in Kerala, or it is across India? And also, most of the discussions here are pointed toward the freshers who are just completing their education, how to fit them into the industry. So like the technology disruption is happening with artificial intelligence, it leads to a lot of loss of jobs and arising of many other jobs. So what about the mid-career professionals who may lose in between? What about the upskilling opportunities for those already in the industry with the technical know-how and an academic backup? Thank you, sir.
Sorry, because there was a lack of clarity in the audio, so I had to ask the question. So, what I understood is there any avenue for already people who have already been employed, and then is there any avenue for upskilling? That's what I understood. Right now in KDISC, I think you might have heard about the platform, which I think even the ma'am, Sharmila ma'am mentioned. There is a platform called Digital Workforce Management System, DWMS. And within that platform, we already have skill baskets where anyone, not only freshers, those who are already employed can register into that program or the platform. And we have joined hands with Coursera and LinkedIn, and there are, I think, around 42 sectors of skill baskets. So those who are already employed can themselves get upskilled in that. I don't know whether I'm answering his question, but there is an opportunity, or there is an avenue there in which the KDISC and the government of Kerala have arranged, and people can, upskill themselves and look at higher opportunities of jobs and see whether they are matching with the required skills, and keep on, upskilling themselves even if they are employed. I think you can take the question.
Yeah, and I'll just like to add to the point that ma'am just made. One, when you look at an environment where people have already done an undergrad or a postgrad and then they come to work, there's a large population of people who also come there. Then the kind of programs that we have along with the employers again is more like near skilling and upskilling. Now, upskilling is something which is constantly understood, so I don't want to repeat on that. But near skilling is something which we are particularly doing for the technology industry. You may start as a BPO or a KPO worker. You may be mostly on the voice-based support. But as you know, majority of the platforms, especially in the customer lifecycle management, are moving from voice only to voice and chatbot. So there is a hybrid that you have to manage. There is a degree of chat support which happens, and then you have to culminate it with a voice support, and vice versa. The second could be people who have joined, let's say, as an L1, L2 desktop engineer or a network engineer. Now, a lot of them today, after 3 or 5 years, want to enhance their program, and they go in for programs like data analytics, artificial intelligence, and all. Uh, is it easy? No, absolutely, it's not easy. If you're in a full-time job, you're already working for 8, 9, 10 hours, and then you have to find the time to do that. But then this also comes from the passion of the person, and the person also wanting to move up, in their career and their enhancement. As employers, we are providing those flexibilities and those abilities for people to gather these near skill programs or programs which are mostly online but some also offline.
Any other questions from the audience?
Yeah, hi. Uh, Good morning. I'm Sindhu. I run a couple of companies, Ignite Academy and Sarva Happiness, which are into training and development. So this is for Mr. Lohit Bhatia because what you said resonated a lot with me. You spoke about the scope and the scale of your organization. I want to understand how is Quest Corp navigating the challenge of building workforce capabilities across generations, from Gen Z to mid-career and beyond. And I'm sure this is a question that would be beneficial to many organizations of your scale.
So one many years ago, when we were still a young organization, we still are a young organization. We've just done 17 years. This is our 18th year, but with the kind of scale that we've had, we have people deployed in 6,400 towns and cities today, 470,000 of them. So yeah, the scale is also there. Being a young organization, many years ago, more than a decade ago, our chairman started a foundation called CareWorks Foundation. Today, it's repurposed and rebranded as Quest Foundation. One of the significant things we do under that is the primary school programs under government's Shav Shiksha Abhiyan. We don't own any assets. We don't intend to own any assets. We go back to the government schools and we build and help in creating infrastructure of a certain world class. We provide books, periodicals. We bring in people from the industry to come in as guest lectures. The, we improve on the cafeteria. We improve on the hygiene facilities of the school. The idea that we have is every child who comes into one of these government schools must complete at least a 10th standard, must at least aspire for a 10 plus 2 or whatever, and should stay there. Retention rate should be extremely high. Uh, this year itself, we have over 78 schools which are in the ecosystem. We impact lives of close to about 20,000 kids every year. And after 12 years, when we look back to that journey of 12 years, just in our last annual day, we had a group of 10 boys and girls who came up on the stage and said, we've gone through primary education through Quest Corp. However, now we've got selected for medical in one of the colleges in India. We've got selected for engineering. We've got selected for other courses and everything, and that obviously filled everybody's emotions, and we felt extremely proud about it. So that's on the societal front. That's on the sustainability front from an education standpoint that we are doing. We're just sustaining and stabilizing and providing more of what the government's already put out there. On the working life, I think the most important thing that we do is we provide the flexibility along with the various employers for people to have the flexibility to come into work and exit work, take break, and rejoin after few years if they have to give you an example, last year we started the enterprise in construction. We never used to work in a segment which was as informal in India as the construction sector is. So when you are in construction, what are the people you're getting? You're getting people with only a sixth standard, eighth standard, or a 10th standard. Today, a majority of these people prefer to work for 7, 8, or 9 months in a year. They prefer to earn quality wages, and then they want to go back to their hometowns or to their village to probably build a house with the money they've earned, to probably get a sibling married, or to support back older people back home. Either other things in their own life or study and educate further. So I think that's one of the most sustainable things that we focus on.
So we have the next panelist also with us, Tom Bivik, Professor of Skills and Workforce Policy. So we were discussing about the skill gaps and how to make a continuum from education to skilling to industry. We'd like to hear your remarks on the existing skill gap and how to skill the students for getting the required skills.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dilip and I were double booked, so we've literally had to hot foot it over from another session which he was moderating. But it's great to join the session here and these distinguished panelists. And thank you, Chair, for introducing me. Just brief, my name is Tom Buick. I'm a Professor of Skills and Workforce Policy at the University of Staffordshire in England. And actually, my career, I've only recently become an academic. In fact, I only completed my PhD this year, so it just goes to show it's never too late for lifelong learning. But actually, I met this gentleman 15 years ago, nearly now, when he was heading up India's National Skills Development Corporation and, of course, the sector skills councils. And I think why that's very relevant, that point, is really to this discussion about how do we get this better fit between education and industry. And I guess the simple answer is you have to get industry around the table to talk about its skills needs, to articulate its skills needs, and importantly, to be able to showcase the careers, the occupations, the opportunities that exist within those enterprises, within those particular occupations. And even though I've known this brilliant gentleman for 15 years, one of the things that really shocked me recently, not about Mr. Chinoy, but about an OECD study. 150,000 young people around the world took part in this OECD study, which was looking at career options and career aspirations for 15-year-olds. And it included India, it included the UK, it included lots of countries within the OECD. And what was interesting about it was that it showed that really, when asked the question, what do you want to be when you grow up? And as we know, anyone that's got kids, you ask a 5-year-old that question, it's very different from asking a 15-year-old. The 5-year-olds always seem to know what they want to do. It's the 15-year-olds, so I don't know, I'm not sure, you know, they just want to pass exams. But interestingly, when 15-year-olds in this OECD survey, massive sample, were asked this question, what the OECD found was that the response to this question has not changed since 2002, and the response was, I want to be a lawyer, I want to be a doctor. Interestingly, all the kind of, I mean, great professions, I'm now a professor, nothing wrong with aspiring to do that, but it's almost as if the world has stood still for 20 years for these successive cohorts of young people in our education system, because of course, you go back to 2002 and no one had heard of Mark Zuckerberg, no one had heard of Facebook. Today, and since that time, we've had a whole digital economy, 3 billion users on Facebook. That's yesterday's digital platform. There are more exciting ones, you know, that my teenagers tell me about. But the point is, today in Britain, for example, I mean, I know the figures on this, 3% of the workforce, that's 900,000 people, have the job title social media manager. But in that OECD survey, did one of those 15-year-olds, maybe one of them did, but certainly didn't show up in the data, say, when I won't grow up, I want to be a social media manager? So I think we have a real issue at this transition period between upper secondary education and the labor market, that too many of our young people don't even know about the opportunities exist. They may be in a safe space, which is, well, my dad was a doctor or my mum was and therefore that's what I want to do because that's what society's telling me is signaling is the safe place. But in fact, now with AI and blockchain and all these other brilliant jobs we've been talking about, there are so many jobs that haven't even been invented yet. So today's primary school children, 2/3 of tomorrow's jobs have not been invented yet for those young people to go into. So we do need to get better at keep on asking the 5-year-olds the question, but importantly, ensuring the 15-year-olds have perhaps a less traditional view about the jobs that they'll be going into. Hope that was useful. Thank you.
Okay, so I've got the questions from the the chat group. So I'll just take maybe 2 minutes to give a perspective from uh, Web3 perspective and what we could do. And I'll just take the questions and I'll make 3 bullet points each and then go ahead. So the first question was there was, are graduates job ready, right? Most graduates are strong in theory, weak in practical exposure. There's a curriculum lag, limited industry projects, and weak soft skills. It's a very simple fix. Embed industry-driven modules, stronger employer sectoral linkages. At this point, I'm a member of a UGC committee that is looking at recognition of prior learning in higher education. And we are advocating that if a person works in industry, does a project, he can actually get credits. And he can use up to 30% of the total credits to actually get that and get his degree. So please, the guidelines are out. Please make use of that. The interesting thing is curriculum relevance. The challenge here is not what to teach, but what not to teach. Because when you go to sleep at night, the curriculum knowledge base doubles, but the number of hours in a classroom remains static. So again, move from static textbooks to dynamic modular learning, integrate AI, blockchain, green tech into all streams, use micro-credentials and certifications to keep curricula agile. And of course, like Tom was mentioning, the sector skill councils here to determine what needs to be included. So if you want a healthcare, what should a nurse be taught or not be taught in the 60 hours or 100 hours or whatever it is, go to the healthcare sector skill council and ask them to validate it, because their process involves validating it from 30 large institutions and 30 small institutions. So they do a pretty robust job. If you want to blockchain, BWA can help and NASCOM can also help. I think industry academia collaborations, there are many examples. And as Tom said in the previous session, we have to develop an India-specific example. We can't replicate the Germany example or the Singapore's future skill example. There has some pilots been done in apprenticeship and in blockchain credentialing. Kerala can actually anchor Web3 ready labs in IT park and university tie-ups, because Web3 is going to be the norm in the next 2 years. The fourth thing is experiential learning, internships, apprenticeships, live projects with digital records. And you have government industry fellowships that can fund final year innovation projects. And of course, the future skills for Kerala, I'm just going down the questions that you had put there. And what came out in the last session was digital, AI, blockchain, green, solar, electric vehicles, green carbon credits, circular economy. And it is another parallel session, but I won't touch on that, but creative gaming, AR, VR, and design content. And very interestingly, all the panelists in the last session said Kerala has to go into advanced manufacturing. If you don't want migration, you have to look at that. Degrees are starting points. Skills must be stackable. Micro credentials. Use a blockchain backbone to actually decentralize and verify it. So what they learn, let's say in a Quest thing or somewhere else, they can actually put into that. And of course, you need to measure it in a 5-year measurable chain. Has employability going up in the first year? Are the curriculums getting synced? Are digital credentials working? And very interestingly, we have to change the model from free ships to scholarships. And scholarships, give a scholarship will become a free ship if you immediately after you do your program and you work for an industry in 2 years, we will actually find a way to do that. So then, you won't have the different programs trying to track placement, employment, etc., because it creates a huge problem on both the department that is implementing that program and all the partners who are implementing. So that was my 3.5-minute spiel on this, and thank you for having me here. Back to you.
Thank you, sir. So we have a couple of questions from the audience. The question is, in Kerala, many of the trained teachers are jobless. In this situation, what additional skills are needed for them? What are the opportunities for the skilled jobless teachers and any new sectors of job opportunities for teacher education? So anyone in the panel can take that question.
We were talking about the future of work in Dilip's panel, and one of the things I didn't cover was this sort of idea now of the work anywhere workforce. And I think that's different from the idea of digital nomads. And of course, there are obviously regulations that employers face in terms of cross-border. But I do think if you're an educator, if you're in the knowledge sector, the idea of the work anywhere model is incredibly exciting if it could be made to work. And what I mean by that is, again, it's this supply and demand issue that people like Dilip and I have spent nearly our whole careers trying to deal with and try to overcome the mismatches. So let's, for example, take this real example of out of work teachers here in Kerala, well-educated people, passionate people about learning. I always say the point of education is to acquire a love of learning, and that's it really. Because if you have people who love what they do, love learning, and teachers they admire, then actually that's pretty much most of the battle won. However, look around the world, we've got young people who are not engaged in learning, but nevertheless are in villages or in towns or in communities where they have access to the internet. There are online schools now and online academies being built around the world. And what do they need? Good teachers who don't anymore have to be in the classroom. And what do they also have? Particularly in my country, as you know, has prided itself on a multicultural society, people from all over the world, including from India. I was saying in the earlier session, my grandmother was born here in 1917, so I feel like there's a part of India in me. So it does work both ways. But there are school classrooms for which English in my country is still the second language. 1 in 5 young people in Britain were not born there; they were born somewhere else. So the point really I'm making is that to be a teacher, to have that knowledge, to have those skills to teach, to inspire young people, is an incredible asset. And it's one that shouldn't be just founded on the location where you are. I think that's about policymakers here talking, for example, to it's called the Oak Academy in Britain. It's an online school for kids that don't go into school for a whole variety of reasons. Some of them are traveling children with their parents, so they don't have a fixed school. There are teachers in this audience and elsewhere who could really give those kids a great education. So let's make it happen.
So I just want to add one thing. And if you're a teacher and I'm the only non-teacher in the family, either the professors or school teachers or things like that. We teach kids entrepreneurship. If you're a teacher with teaching credentials, how do you become an entrepreneur? And there are many opportunities, like Tom said, you can become an entrepreneur. And during COVID, the number of teachers that became entrepreneurs was phenomenal. And you just get to look at that going forward. So look at how your skills are required, not only in India, they're required globally. So you can become a global teacher. And if you look at, if you've taken a GE training program or a IAS coaching program, the teachers are known by their name. They're known just by their name. Can you become a name on the decentralized platform going forward?
I think you've just created a new policy for Kerala, the global classroom, the global online classroom in Kerala. And at its core, are these brilliant teachers who are currently, for a whole variety of regions, not in Kerala schools. But there are kids out there that need a great teacher and a great education. So there you go, Dilip. You can take the credit for that policy.
So we had a very good discussion. We started with education, skilling, continuum, importance of real life problem solving, technology integration, curriculum integration, and we have entered our discussion with like work anywhere in the world and having global, having the skills to work in anywhere in a global scenario. So we can conclude the session. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the panelists, Dilip Shanai ji, Tom Bivik, Dr. Vrindavi Nair, Lohit Bhatia. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a small photo session. Please capture this frame. And kindly request the moderator, Mr. Lohit Bhatia, Dr. Vrinda P. Gopinath, to please remain here the stage for a while, and requesting Mr. Tom Bewick and Mr. Dilip Chennai step down the area. Please take your seats. Yes. And there is a small token of love for you. So I'm kindly and respectfully inviting Mr. Surjit, DMC of Vijnana Keralam, Kannur district. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. I know. Thank you. I know the synergy is low, and ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to a short break in our program. I'm sorry, it's an apologize. It's already done. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a time to refresh and relax. And of course, enjoy the delicious lunch that has been arranged for you. So may I kindly request all of you to proceed for lunch. Take your time to enjoy the break, and we will reassemble here right now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Skill Kerala Global 2025. So we are restarting this session. I hope everyone have the lunch and refreshed. So without delaying, we are going to the next session. Next topic is Books to Careers, Redesigning Curriculum for Skills. So I'm inviting, with all respect, Dr. Vrinda V. Nair, Consultant K-Disk Firm Joint Director, Department of Technical Education and Firm Dean Research KTU. So ma'am, please join to the
Good afternoon, all of you. So we are back for the next panel discussion, and the topic is Books to Careers, Redesigning Curriculum for Skill. So let me invite the speakers, Sri Anwar Sadat. Dr. Rajashri MS is not here for this discussion. She has informed her inconvenience. Professor Young J. Rowe and Dr. Valyappan David Natarajan. I invite all of you to join me. Yeah, so it's a post-lunch session. I hope all of you had your lunch. So let me first introduce speakers to the audience. Um, that's required. So Dr. Valyappan David Nadarajan is an associate professor at the School of Mechanical Engineering, University Technology Mara, Malaysia. He has also held the role of head of research at UITM's Research Management Center, where he was instrumental in facilitating large-scale research collaborations and securing funding through international partnerships. His expertise lies in applied composite materials and fatigue analysis. His research focuses on performance optimization, material behavior, and environmental sustainability in mechanical systems. He serves on several technical committees and international editorial boards. He was also instrumental in coordinating an MOU recently between UITM and FISAT Kochi, reinforcing his role as a bridge builder between institutions in Malaysia and India. Welcome you, sir, to this discussion. Professor Young J. Rowe is a distinguished academic serving as a full professor in the School of Computer Engineering at Tech University of Korea, where he has been working since 2005. Professor Rowe leads a research lab in the university, which is involved in projects exploring innovative applications and technologies, such as the development of a metaverse-based education and training platform for hydrogen fuel cell engineers. In addition, Professor Rowe has been an advocate for integrating science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics STEAM education in South Korea. He completed his PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from University of New South Wales, Australia. Welcoming Professor Rowe to this panel. Our next speaker, Sri K. Anwar Sadat, serves as the CEO of Kerala Infrastructure and Technology for Education, KITE, a pioneering government-owned company under Kerala's Department of General Education, which is established to revolutionize the education system in Kerala by harnessing the power of information and communication technology, ICT. Under his leadership, KITE has grown from the IT at School project into a comprehensive digital education ecosystem that spans thousands of schools across the state. He has been instrumental in spearheading initiatives such as the rollout of high-tech classrooms equipped with smart technologies, the establishment of Little Kite IT clubs, fostering digital literacy from an early age, and the launch of Kite Victors, the country's first state-run, full-fledged educational TV channel designed to deliver quality content to students and educators alike. He has also championed the inclusion of artificial intelligence education within the school curriculum. He advocates ethical AI use and stresses the importance of equipping students with not just technical skills, but also critical thinking and digital ethics to navigate the evolving digital world responsibly. Welcome you, sir, to this discussion. So we have been hearing a lot about skill gaps in various other panels today, right from the morning. And now, in this session, so today, now in this particular session, it's a slightly different shade of the topic, although it all comes around skilling and gap, about the skill gaps. It's a small deviation or a slightly different shade of the same topic. And we already know that the global market trends are rapidly changing. And of course, technology too. What we see today is not what we are going to see tomorrow and what we saw yesterday. And the educators are really at crossroads, like how to keep pace with this. And the industry lamenting that the gap between academia and industry are growing even wider. So in this juncture, shouldn't we move from a knowledge-heavy curricula, a theory-heavy curricula, to ones that integrate employability, digital literacy, and industry-relevant training? So this is the topic of today's discussion. Okay, so coming to the first point for discussion. Today, curricula focus heavily on textbooks, theory, and exams. Should the curricula redirect its focus to skills? If so, what are the skills to be integrated into the curricula to bridge the employability gap? So that's the first point for discussion. I request Dr. Valiappan to take.
Good afternoon. Ellarukkum namaskaram. And yeah, sure. And Kansamida to Prof. Young. All right. You can hear me? All right. Okay. Thank you. So yeah, I can't agree more that today's curriculum is content heavy. Curriculum itself is designed, inspired by, design and developed based on textbooks, selected textbooks, which we can regard as Bibles for that particular topic or course, subject matter. And then instructors devise the course content, the pedagogy, assessment. The entire curriculum is based on textbooks. So I agree very much that we have to, the time is, in fact, yesterday that we should have already moved away from what is content heavy to skills oriented. Okay. So I was sitting there just now, was recalling my interview experience after undergraduate in 1999. So the interview was for half an hour, and most of the questions were GK, general knowledge. 2 years later, after finishing my master's, again I attended interviews in industries, and the questions were less because they were relying on the degree that I was holding, hoping that I can be trained on the job. 25 years later today, we see that employers want graduates who are already project ready. We are not even talking about they being trainable. So we have to move away from content heavy curriculum to more skills oriented. And talking about, I think we'll have opportunity later on to differentiate between skills and competencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Valiappan. Can we also have your opinions in this? Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Young Ro. I'm from South Korea, and I work for the Tech University of Korea. The university, actually, the university was established in 1998, only 27 years ago. But the university is surrounded almost 20,000 companies, and they employs 250,000 people working there. So the university has a lot of chance to cooperate with the industry. But these days, we are trying to move to the smart industrial complex. That means AI is heavily integrated. That means in the other world, my students want to start the new life at the society. They don't have they have a chance to find a job, but the chances are decreasing at the moment. So we are trying in smart industrial complex is very good for companies, but in the other world, that's not good for students just graduating from the university. So we have to heavily redesign the curriculum at the moment, even though we have been redesigned every year. Now we have to redesign heavily. That means, actually, our students has found a job very at a high rate, but this year it's only 60% or some. It's very bad in the situation of Korea. So we need to redesign. That's our recognition. Because we don't have much information about the AI integrated world. Nobody knows. So we need to be very careful. But we are trying to at the moment. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Young.
Yeah, I will come straight away to this question. See, basically, I would like to talk about school education. Because when we say the broader framework of education to include higher education and school education, in school education, there are values and philosophies behind imparting a school curriculum,
and that has to go through a different iterative process. So national level, state level, the curricular frameworks are coming up. Similarly, Kerala has come up with Kerala curriculum framework recently in last year. So if you ask, everyone want to put everything on the shoulder over the shoulder of children. So that is not correct. So the basic focus of school education should not be the skill, but there are curricular objectives or and scheme of work which are derived as part of the curricular framework and the processes. For example, for a student of class 3, if he has to get this much skills in mathematics in that class, so how to transact that is a syllabus, that is a textbook. When coming to the Kerala situation, see what we have done. We have been implementing ICT-based education for the last 25 years. It started from 2001, and this is almost completed 2 decades. So in earlier 10 years, up to 2010, it was giving a skill of how to use word processing, spreadsheet, those sort of things. And then we had made a shift to ICT-enabled education. That means the whole subjects, this ICT or technology should act as a bridge to transact other subjects. So that is ICT embedded education. The textbooks also has been designed like that. Post 2016, we have implemented high-tech classrooms in schools. So basically, these 45,000 smart classrooms and computer networks are used not for teaching ICT, but for transacting all subjects. So that's the technology enabler part of that. Then coming to skills, we definitely there is a gap for imparting skill in the school syllabi. That is what we are doing. We have taken the ICT textbook, and last year we have implemented artificial intelligence in class 7. It's not that using any tools or other like that. It's a computer vision, that chapter. The children will learn because there is a coding starting from class 4. So they learn how to train a computer. Computer vision means it's giving gestures when you're happy, sad, or shouting, how the computer will identify. The children will write the program. And that process started 8, 9, 10. We have done all those things. Then another aspect that the AVGC sector, AVGC and XR sectors, both national and state government has policy. This year, it has in news 2-3 days before. The AVGC means you all are aware, this animation, visual effects, gaming, comics, and extended reality. So children class 3, they start not learning, they start composing music through ICT. Then it comes to a situation where class 10 student can prepare animation from the storyboard to the different framing, FPS, all those things. So the skill has to be imparted as part of the textbook, but it should not be an isolated one. It should be, see there's a skill for prepare a game. How you prepare the game? A class 8 student has to prepare a game based on the problem which they have to study in class 8, whether it is social science or history, like that. So that's one aspect. So the AI, robotic, and the robotics, again, it's core important for critical thinking and the design aspects and the analytical skills and all. So it's all embedded in that. The real-time problem they are assessing, and IoT devices they are assessing. So in short, we should design the curriculum without deviating the main curricular objectives, but giving adequate emphasis to the skills, so that the student they have to get the correct aptitude or correct go ahead signal to nurture further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So very wonderfully that this skilling has been integrated into the school education in Kerala. And this question is to you, Dr. Valiappan. Don't you think that the same should be followed in the higher education scenario too, like integrating the skills in the form of, say, project-based learnings or simulations or internships or whatever, which will bring out what just now Mr. Anwar said, the critical thinking skills or collaborative or problem-solving skills in the students in the higher education scenario. What's your take on that?
Thank you. In fact, it's a good thought or question, actually. that makes me to think skills as it- skills making is not a project. There's no start date and end date in developing a skills. Communication, take communication, which is a skill of the soft type, soft skill. Over the years, communication as a child grows and mature in interacting with other people, collaborating with other people, the communication skills improves. Same goes with uh, the less discussed skills, including productivity from young to higher education, tertiary students, um, how much they are skillful in managing their time, in prioritizing certain tasks over the other. So productivity is one. Dependability. This is another soft skill that probably we can't see in any reference or textbooks talking about dependability, working as a team, and delivering whatever that they need to do on time, working with others is one. Another skill would be EQ, emotional progression or maturity. So it's a natural progression from school to higher education, where skills have to be continuously embedded into the curriculum. But it shouldn't be overdone. The problem, probably what I see from my perspective, my lenses, is um, the aim to measure everything. We can't measure uh, like emotional intelligence of a person. Only situations will tell that. And talking about situation, I don't want to go too philosophical, but borrowing some ideas from here, project-based learning. Today we have what is called CBL, challenge-based learning. That means the task assignments given for higher education students. I'm from engineering background, so the assignment that I give are actually co-design and co-develop with industries. So we are having something like a simulated industrial environment in our university. We call that as a learning factory. So the industry allows us to simulate their environment there, and students will be able to solve real-world problems. So without interfering with the actual industrial task that is going on in the industry. So I think skills is something that we have to carry forward from one level to another continuously and lifelong.
Thank you. My question is to Professor Young. And before that, let me tell you that even in here in Kerala, in the higher education scenario, in the technical education scenario, KTU, we have revised the curriculum, bringing in this problem solving, real world problems solving opportunities to the students in the form of their mini projects being done based on real world projects, real life projects. And they will go out into the community or the society, talk to the stakeholders, and then find out what are the ideation, and then they come to a proof of concept point. Okay, and then they can take it up to the in their final project, so that they have an opportunity for the real world problem solving. Professor Young, can you share what are the opportunities there in University of Korea, in your university, where such skills are imparted to the students?
I have to talk about the AI. AI supported learning, AI supported teaching is might be very normal in the near future. So I think there is the reason area left to the human, like our student, and it's kind of a creative solution, solution way. So I'm teaching to my student to solve in the creative way. So, but the, the creative solution can be taught as a process. I think we need, in my case, I tried to teach how to programming, how to design, but at the moment, I'm trying to teach how to solve in the very first of the process. That's we call it creative engineering process. I think that's the way to to teach as a professor. So there is not very well spread to the companies, so they didn't know much about that. So I think there is a very big request to teach the kind of problem solution teaching. So I'm trying to the kind of a way.
Okay, thank you, Professor Young. So, Shri Anwar, I have a different question for you. In fact, two questions for you. As a person who have introduced quite novel techniques into the educational system, my first question is, do you have any suggestions on how assessments can change from our purely exam-based evaluation? Can there be some techniques to measure like actual skills and competencies? I mean, it's just a thought you can share. And my second question is, since you've been exploring AI in today's world of on chat GPTs, teachers are confused as to how they can give assignments. All assignments are being done by AI. Do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, to the first question, the assessment, if you see how the assessment system or the examination, we won't say that examination, evaluation. In Malayalam, that is Mulya Nirnayam. So how that has been designed, it is wonderfully designed. You have a, what is CCE, continuous and comprehensive evaluation. So there are definitely some mark for that. Then you have the written examination and practical examination. But what is happening that I am not explaining what is happening right now. See, what we are trying in school level is this year, this first term examination, the one examination, there were some news appeared in the newspaper that children find it difficult because the pattern for previous year was difficult for mathematics and so we thought of redesigning that. We have not replaced the paper-based examinations. We kept that, but the way that is addressed, it should be instead of the rote memorization. See, the curriculum framework itself has very strong foundation of critical pedagogy in it. Whether everything that is in the theory you are practicing it or not, that is a different issue. But the assessment system should not happen all of a sudden, like you are giving marks in a reality show, whether it is school education or education. So the continuous process, how to improve that. For that, we have developed a system along with there is this quality education improvement program happening this year, which specifies some minimum marks for subject. It introduced 8th class last year. So basically, there is a system, IT-based system, which gives you the scheme of work level transaction acquisition level of students that has been marked regularly, and it has given parents also know at least once in a month they can come and they can assess, and then there is a mentoring system. Mentoring system means suppose in a class 8 student has 5 values which are required in the social science part, how much that has been achieved, that will be it's not the normal examination button. So this mentoring, this scheme of work plus the examination, that also with a little tweaking in a logical sequencing way is the changing way of assessment. There may be ways, so that is a continuously evolving field. So that is, we are aware about the department or the educators are aware about the issue. So that is that part. Coming to AI, see, when the AI boom came after the chat GPT 2023, we have decided to, see, it's very, till now, artificial intelligence is not matured enough to roll out in classrooms, especially in school education. There are, I will come to that. Before that, we have decided to teach teachers how to use these tools. So we fixed some boundaries so that their personal details should not be shared. And we are not mentioning any tool, ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, DALI, or not like that. But we have made it a continuous summarization, assessment, responsible use of AI, machine learning, this presentation preparation, image generation sort of things. And one example I will tell you, when we have given a assessment part, for example, the class 9 teacher who teaches chemistry, she has uploaded her chapter in this chat engine and asked that engine to generate 10 questions and answers. And she herself find that out of these 10 answers, 4 were wrong. So they got that feel that we cannot depend that blindly. And then again, the deep fake video they have created. So ultimately, we are coming up with our own AI engine with a data set which is built in the Samagra Plus platform developed by Kite for Department of General Education, which gives you protection from the algorithmic bias and hallucination. So this is the way of understanding them, the issues, and identifying. For the students, as I said before, we are getting them the feel of how the system works in a critical thinking or design, creativity building way, and we are trying hard to prevent them to become the prisoners of these engines, but they will get the way of doing the prompt engineering, those sort of things. So it's a very difficult situation, but we have to make it dynamic and we have to change it with the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We are running short of time. I would have really loved to know what the, your as well as Professor Young's take on this same question on the assessment models. But unfortunately, I'm being warned. Okay. But for the very last question of this round, what could be the role of industry in shaping sentence or two?
Okay, I'll try it. Cycle is slower than the speed at which the industry is growing. The second sentence is is both the higher education and the industry should collaborate to update and come up with a competency framework, a skills framework on which the curriculum should be standing on, should be built.
Great, yeah, thank you. And any take?
We are trying to redesign all the curriculums we have. So it's integrated AI, integrated with the AI, and then with the company too. But the companies are not ready to migrate to the AI world. So the university professors trying to change the direction, but not easy at all. But anyway, we are lucky. We have a lot of companies around us. They need to change. They change themselves more productive way. So they will redesigning their companies and.
Is a force which gives us confidence in implementing even AI or robotics or the AVGC level. So, but to the vocational stream, definitely like the schemes which are implemented in vocational higher secondary and the skill parts, and all those things. The industry input is being taken. But the power of free and open source software should be used very clearly, very cleverly, aptly for school education, which can do wonders.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I think we are running short of time. Have we time for any questions, or shall we conclude? Okay, okay. Okay, so thank you so much. And I hope all the panel members as well as the audience agree that we should, come from the content heavy curriculum to something which will be more of, skill based, and what are the different skills and the spectrum. I think all the panel members have already discussed. So thanks. Thank you. Thank you so much. Question. I think there is a question.
It's not. Hello. Yeah. My question is straightforward to Anwar Sadat. You just mentioned some of the rapid changes we are bringing in the education system. First, I will introduce briefly myself. I'm teaching as assistant professor in MES Kalladi College. The question is like, you mentioned an example, right? A chemistry teacher example. So this is giving some wrong answers. So my question is, there are some tools which we can upload the sources, just like notebook LLM. So if you upload the materials to that, so it will only generate from that particular, and it will only depend on that particular source, not any other online media or something. So why we don't adapt already existing technologies into our education system instead of we building it from the scratch? Because
I got it. That is what we call algorithmic bias. See, the content which are prepared, which are available in your chat engine right now, may not be, I am saying not be, but may not be suited for your curriculum. See, when these AI engines, machines bypass all your curricular objectives and the way you teach, then your whole system will collapse. So that is what definitely you have to build it within your data set. You have a very good data knowledge base. So we have done that for class 9 and 10, and subsequently we'll be doing for other classes also. This piloting gives the teachers confidence to use these because of the non-issues of hallucination or algorithmic bias. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your valuable time. I kindly respect all our distinguished guests to remain on stage. However, I would like to request Professor Young to please step down the stage. Sir, please. Please step down. You? Okay, at this moment, I also invite Vrinda ma'am to kindly step forward to the dais and requesting to present a mark of respect to Mr. Anwar Sadat, Professor Dr. Valyapachan David Nadarajan. Ma'am, please. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, come on. One more. Okay, we are moving to the next session. Okay, kindly, with all respect, kindly I'm inviting the moderator, Praveen Parameshwaran, CEO of Lifeology. So please, getting to the stage.
So good afternoon, all. So I think we quickly go for the introduction of the guest and start the session. And thank you, KDISC and the organizers for giving me this platform to moderate the session. So we have an amazing lineup of speakers for this specific session. But towards the end of the other session, I was a bit wondering, like, if ma'am had asked a couple of more questions and what we would be doing in our session, which is specifically for assessment. Unfortunately, the time did constrain her. So we have Mr. Benjamin Cook, the head of assessment and academic development, British Council. So Mr. Cook, so welcome to the stage, please. We have Mr. Punti Sriram, the Chief Product Officer, The Hindu. Welcome to the stage, sir, please. We have Diego Luna, the Senior Education Specialist, World Bank. Please come to the stage. And we have Commander Vinod Shankar, Head of Assessment, Additional Skill Acquisition Program, ASAP Kerala. And that's it. Do we have anyone more to be part of the program? No, right? Okay. Is Colonel Shankar being part, Colonel Santosh being part of the program, right? Yes, that's what I was asking. So we have from NCVT, so Colonel Santosh to join the panel. Sir, please. In 2 to 3 minutes. So we usually go to the audience at the end of the session. So we start with you first. So how many of you would like to be assessed? How many of you would like to be assessed? No, that means we are going to talk about something which nobody would like to go through. So you don't like to be assessed? Okay, 2 people want to be assessed. That's pretty good. Still good. And my second question, how many of you have gone through assessment so far? Any kind of assessments? At least in our school days, we are getting assessed, right? Okay. So how many of you think you are properly assessed? Your skills are properly assessed by the existing assessment system. How many of you think so? Okay, so the topic has its own relevance, right? Okay, so we start from Mr. Cook, so we would like to see, in the last session, Anwar sir was saying about we have a continuous and comprehensive evaluation system and we exams, so putting together we are assessing, but we stopped in the middle saying that but. What is that but? And how to move forward in your perspective?
Yeah, what is bad? My job is an assessment, so I've got to be careful with what I say here. But I think the biggest problem with assessment right now is that it's very much focused on knowledge. All right, what can you remember, and what can you say in the exam, or what you can write in the exam? But it's not actually focused on what you need. And that's for a variety of reasons, which I'm sure we're going to cover. But I think at the moment, that is the biggest problem with assessment. It focuses on what is easy to test, not as what needed to test. So in my context, where I'm talking about English language testing, very often tests will focus on grammar, vocabulary, because they're easy to test. You can have a multiple choice test. It's right or wrong. The teacher can do that in 5 minutes. A really good test would be measuring reading, listening, writing, speaking, and they're quite difficult to do well. And that takes time, it takes money, it takes training, and that's why very often is not done. So I think, to answer your question, that's the biggest challenge. Tests focus on what's easy, not what's needed.
Understand. So Colonel Santosh, it's like NCVT is assessing all Indians, like whoever would like to go to the skilling process. So what's the key challenge you see there in the process of changing the system of assessments?
So I would like to, first of all, before I answer your question, I served in NCVT, National Council for Vocational Education and Training, for 5 years, and I retired from Indian Army in January this year, and also from NC Vet. So now, right now, I represent as a vice president Wadhwani Foundation. So that's my new organization. But I carry my cherished memories of NC Vet, and now I would like to answer to your question, which you said. I wrote this policy for the government on the assessment. So there are two aspects of an assessment. One is the uh, academic knowledge, and second is the practical knowledge. I will rather define it as a domain and platform, and then the practical knowledge. So while when we talk of the academic assessment, this could be purely, I'll say, formative assessment and summative assessment, which generally is the practice in the world of academics. And of course, there are some practical aspects in the laboratories, etc. But when we talk of the assessment in terms of a skill, it is you see the result of the assessment then and there. So first is of the domain skills. Domain skills are again into two types, into two parts. One is the theory, which some questions are being asked to you and you reply that. It could be in MCQ based. Generally nowadays it is being practiced. Then is the platform skills, that is your employability skills, soft skills, life skills. That again is generally being, what is practiced today is in the form of a theory academically. However, the practical skills are those which are totally hands-on. So if I'm a carpenter, I've been told to make a table. So I make that table and you see the result of my learning, what I have learned. And it could be in any domain per se. So that's how I would define from the perspective of the national regulation. Thank you.
So going to Mr. Vinod Shankar, it's like, so when we are assessing skills specifically, so we have the assessment system basically structured to assess knowledge. And when people listen about assessment, it is about assessing knowledge. So what type of a change is actually happening in a scalable way related to ASAP, if we say as a case study, to assess skills in a deeper way?
Good afternoon, everybody. I represent ASAP Kerala. We have been in this skilling for the last 12 years. And naturally, skilling means assessment also. And the moderator was asking about the skilling. And actually, the skill assessment, up to a certain point, Colonel Santosh sir has explained to you. Skills are outcome based, first thing. That means if I teach a chap a skill, an electrician, a welder, or a plumber, or a mason, for a 3 months course, at the end of 3 months, he is supposed to do that job. He has to make a living out of that job. So the assessment for educational courses like BTech or BSc, we can go for Bloom's taxonomy, so such things. But for skilling, we have to have practical assessments. So we generally go for 60-40 or 70-30. That is 60-40 in the case of higher order skills like artificial intelligence or machine learning. These kind of skills are there. 60% will be the practical training, on-job training. 40% theory. Whereas it comes to low-level skills, like in the sense low-level means hands-on skills like plumbing or these kind of skills, it is 70-30. That means 70% of the weightage in the mark, assessment mark, goes for the practical training. So an assessor physically goes and see whether the man is doing the job, because next day, if you give him a certification as a plumber, he's supposed to do the job. Whereas when I give a BTech degree, mechanical engineer, he need not do a mechanical engineer job the next day. He may end up in many jobs. But in a skill environment, in a skill system,
Since it is outcome based, assessment plays a major role. And nowadays, assessment also, the skilled courses also getting credits. National Skill Credit Framework has come up, in which the skills assess credits also can go to the academic bank of credits, ABC, of the student, and it can be interchanged with the educational credits. Actually, the credits for this credit framework goes to NCVT. Kalsi sir and Colonel Santosh sir team has done a excellent work, and now ABC is a reality. National Academic Depository is a reality. Students are getting credits for even skill courses. ASAP Kerala being an awarding body and assessment agency under NCVT, we are authorized to give credits to the students for the courses we conduct. So assessment per se for the skill courses is a very important task which has to be done diligently.
So if I go to Mr. Digul Luna, it's like, so Mr. Santosh, Mr. Cook, and Mr. Vinod Shankar has already told about the structure of assessment and how the skill assessment has been trying to be meticulously done. So how do you see the global process of assessment, and so where exactly it is progressing towards?
Thank you very much. First of all, I think before going to the global, I want to step back one moment into what is happening in India when it comes to assessment. A couple of months ago, the Economist published this article about the exams for people to get into the public service, and showcasing that the challenge is not should you assess skills or should you assess knowledge. The assessments are focused on rote memorization of facts that are not relevant for the jobs they are trying to get. So I think that is not only, the question shouldn't be about skills or the type of skills, but are we actually covering the right skills aligned to the curricula in the type of assessments and examination practices that we have in our country? And that speaks to a broader culture of assessment in India, right? In the global scheme, what we see is a set of assessments for the job and a big trend on moving from assessments that are only focused on core competencies that are still relevant to assessments that also incorporate, don't replace, but incorporate 21st century skills such as collaboration, communication, social aspects related to the job. And you will see this more and more in assessments that are being carried out by organizations like the OECD and some governments that are taking up the use of assessments of 21st century skills.
We go to Mr. Sriram. So, what's your perspective about the assessment system happening in India now?
Yeah. So a little bit of context. Some of you you would have heard in the introduction that I'm from the Hindu group, and some of you would know the Hindu as a media organization, but we also run an education platform that does assessments for hundreds of thousands of people around the country. So that's the context, a little bit of context before we start. So one thing that I did want to mention was, well, one of the things our assessment systems does is it focuses on things we can assess, not the things we should assess. And I think there's a big gap between these two, whether it's in academic curricula or in skill development as a space. We work, a lot of our work is in the English language skill development area. And in English, this is a particular challenge because English is taught as a subject, much like any other subject that you learn, but it isn't. It's really a skill that needs to be acquired. And with English skill acquisition, the challenge we see is that students don't have the opportunities to practice these skills outside of the classroom. So it's also very difficult to assess because of exactly this reason. And this is an area where there are a number of limiting factors. And I think one of the things that we should actually consider is, do we have the capacity to assess at a size and scale at which we need to assess these, and what we need to do to be able to bridge that gap? So this is one of the things that I think of from an assessment point of view. There's a significant gap in the way we operate today.
Okay.
You wrote that out very well. Anyone here can differ with me, but this is my personal opinion. we are now moving, if you really talk of the NEP 2020, new education policy, and also from that, a meta framework which has been taken out or made, which is called the National Credit Framework. Now, till date, at least I know we all have been assessed in our life, and we do not know that what were the assessment for which it was taken from me. So if I was in class 9th or class 10th, some questions came out of the whole lot of syllabus, and if I remembered that and I answered it well, I have been ranked first, second, or whatever. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the entire concept of assessment is changing. We are yet to come to the main topic of the day. So that's why I'll just clarify this. Now we are moving from the rote learning assessment to competency-based assessment. So let's say any particular job, or I'll say job role, when you are being assessed, the same assessment can vary from one individual to the other. Like I am a barber, just giving an example, hairdresser, that's what we call it. So I could be just a hairdresser, and you can assess me for my competency in cutting various different types of hair. But if I'm if I have a salon, then you would assess me, if I have to run a salon, you would assess me for other competency of mine, like do I know how to do the massaging? Do I know how to do the manicuring? Do I know how to do the pedicuring? And things like that. And there would be certain aspects which would be common to each of the assessment, and that is the associated aspects like hygiene and sanitation. So things like that. So now assessment is not all about what you have not learned actually and you are being tested. No. Or what you have learned. No. It is based on, now it's all competency based assessment. So to do a particular job in your life, are you competent? That is how the assessment has to be, and that is what actual assessment is in true sense. Thank you.
Understand. So it's like in the first round, once we complete, so we are pretty coming to a point whereas the existing assessment system is just assessing knowledge, number one. Number two, we need to rewire the assessment system altogether. And number three, the modern assessment system is evolving into a more competency-based assessment level. So, and every company or organization is trying to rewire their entire assessment system. That's where we are till now. And I go to Mr. Cook and try to ask you, like, when we are trying to do this, so what is exactly the key challenges you face when we're assessing the competencies?
Yeah, I mean, there are obviously a lot of challenges. I think one in particular I'd like to mention is about access. Traditionally, exams can be quite difficult to access. Now, that might be because of location. You have to travel to take this exam. I'm sure many of you have taken exams in a hall like this at school, where you have several hundred people. You start at 9 o'clock, you finish at 11 o'clock. You have to travel, you may have to stay overnight. There's also cost. If you look at costs of some exams, English exams, you're talking hundreds of dollars. So that puts exams beyond the reach of many people, right? It's a privileged few who can take those exams. So I think another challenge we need to address is sort of democratizing assessment, opening that up, making it accessible. I work in English Score, which is a British Council English test, which is mobile based. We deliver around 2 to 3 million tests every year, wherever, anytime, any place. And you get a certified certificate of your English. And that has unlocked English assessment for so millions of people who traditionally wouldn't be able to access a certified test of English. So I think one of the big challenges, coming back to your question, is making sure it's accessible. And I've just mentioned sort of location and cost, but there are lots of other elements to that. It may be if you have disabilities, can you access a test? It may be your educational background means you're not aware of what tests are required or available. So I think sort of expanding that and making sure everybody can access those. And when they do access those tests are fair. There isn't bias within that test, so they can perform at their best and demonstrate what they know.
Thank you. I go to Mr. Sriram because they both are into the English spectrum. So so Mr. Sriram, what would you like to add into that?
Yeah, so one of the things that makes it very difficult to have competency-based assessments is, in fact, the competence of the examiner or the assessor. And I know this is a reality that we have to deal with in India. You need assessors at every level, whether it's at the school, college, or even advanced levels. And very often those who are conducting the examination don't have the expertise or the skills, not to teach. And my point is not to say that they are not good teachers. The point is that we have not trained them well on how to assess competence. And I think that's a big gap that we will have to bridge. There are ways to do that. Technology allows you to scale that, but I think that we might talk about in a little bit.
Sure. So if we move from the language to the skills again, so Mr. Manoj, so what do you see as the key challenge in assessing competency specifically in skills? Because you already mentioned it as very important because from the day one onwards, the people are going to implement what they have learned. So what is exactly the key challenge ASAP or altogether the industry faces for that?
The key challenge is in assessments, especially if you look at, there are 36 sector skill councils under NCVT, under NSDC. Now, if you look at the National Qualification Register, there are close to 3,600 job roles in India. Now, close to 3,000, every day it is increasing. So that means you have to find an assessor for each of these job roles. So finding qualified TOT, that is training of assessors, qualified assessors, and we have to make sure that they're doing a good job. And another aspect is that whether the student, a trainee has taken a course, a skill course, whether he has got the aptitude for that, he got the competency for that, that is another area we have to look at. But that we have to catch them young. In the sense, if you look at the education system in almost all states in India, a 10th standard is the turning point where the student is taking his career. So that is the point where the parents are in a dilemma. My child, what he should become? He should become an engineer, doctor, advocate, engine driver. She don't know, he don't know. The parents don't know. So that is the time in developed countries, that decision is taken by the state, not by the parents. The student, what he should become in the future it's a state decision. But in India, it is a parent decision, and parents are not, they are not competent to take that decision, I'll say. Mostly it is peer pressure or something, and they will just put the student in some course and he will become a misfit. So that is why we require psychometric analysis, psychometric tests. In every country, there is psychometric test at the 8th standard, 10th standard, 12th standard. Psychometric test should be conducted so that the student, the chap will go to the right career, right aptitude, right competency, so that he will become an asset to the society instead of a liability for the society. So now ASAP also has got a psychometric test. There are many psychometric tests available in the market. So that is a challenge we have to take. The parents should get educated. The student should take up the correct talent, the competent and aptitude, and they should become successful in their life. They can get a livelihood in their life. That is one issue we should address too.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Trigo, it's like if you can add on into this, like the challenges in assessment, how do you say?
Okay, coming from the global perspective, I'm going to mention 3 different challenges that I think are relevant to India and are happening in India right now, but are not primitive to your country. They are happening everywhere. The first one is inequities. And if you look at the results of the national assessment from 2024, the PRS, on the one side, you see interesting trends in terms of gains of students over time, so some improvements in basic foundational skills, but you also see a lot of inequities in quality of education and who gets access to quality education in India. From specific groups of the population that don't have access to quality education and are not benefiting from the education system, to people who rely on coaches or other type of resources that not everybody has access to. The second one that I think is important is the use of assessment results in India. I think that as a country, you have a lot of assessment practices happening either at the monitoring level, what happens in the classroom, or examinations and accreditation programs. There is a lot of assessment happening, but not really that much action in terms of using the assessment results. I think there is a lot of opportunity there for different stakeholders outside of government to work with government, but also do independent verification of data, independent use of data, and maximizing that for different purposes. And the third one that I think is related to the other two, and will catch up with India, is that is tech readiness for innovating in assessment. And it's related a little bit to these issues of language assessment of English as second language. There is a lot happening in the tech world, and with the existing inequities in India, I think that there is going to be one sector of the population that will be ready to take advantage of tech in assessment, whereas there is going to be one sector of the population that if they don't catch up, they are going to fall behind, and it's going to be harder for them to be assessed in a fair manner.
So I think by now we have already gone through some of the key challenges of assessments. Whereas one, the lack of proper assessors. Number two, are we assessing the right skills? And number three, so are we really getting the right people at the right place to learn the right skill? And number four, it's like the tools of assessment as well. So these are some of the core challenges we have seen about assessments. So by now we are pretty clear about assessment needs to be changed, no doubt. So it has to be continuous, no doubt. It has to be competency based. And we are pretty clear about the challenges as well when we are trying to be competency based, what it is. So I want to move to the next spectrum of our discussion about the possibilities. But before that, I would like to ask a question to all of you. So you all are into assessments in one way or other way. How many industries are really trusting your assessment? I mean, you say this, I mean, when I say it's not about your institution, I'm saying it's like the assessment perspective. Like, you know, so when the assessment system happening in India, say like, you know, so this guy is A grade. Okay, industry is blindly ready to take that guy. Oh, this person is competent to be a plumber. The industry is ready to take that guy. This guy's English is pretty good. So without any assessment, the industry is ready to take that. So how do you see the level of assessments and the trust of industry on the assessment? So Colonel Santosh, I would like to start from you.
That's a very interesting question. The very fact that the government is trying to set up the assessment and a training ecosystem in the entire country, and despite our most sincere effort, and I mean every word of it, because nowadays some of you may not believe, but the government employees, even till the rank of additional secretary and secretary, they are having sleepless nights. The office hours are very bad and all that. The idea is that do the training, the content of the training and its assessment, which is industry relevant, which is current. But unfortunately, it is such a huge ecosystem. For all of you, you should know that there are 63 sectors. And in that 63 sectors, there are more than 6,000 plus job roles. Within that job role, even if it's a, let's say, plumbing, the different companies have a different style of making things and of operationalizing it. So a unified training and assessment system cannot take into consideration each different style of companies or industries way of working. It is not possible. Even if you see the automotive, maybe the brake system is the same, but still there would be some differences from Hero Honda to Maruti to any other particular this thing. So you have to have a little more hands-on experience to do it. Meaning thereby that today industries I'll say if I have to grade them from out of 100, they would be trusting our assessment and training maybe up to 50 or maybe 60 if I'm being too aspirational and too optimistic about it. That is why the bigger industries are having their own ecosystem to train and pick the people. Having said that, there's one good thing which has happened. Once you have the entire fragmented system, ecosystem, skill ecosystem, once you have united them and brought them under one umbrella of a regulating body, believe you me, each job role, the competency which is expected from them, from that particular job role, is today being vetted by the subject matter experts and the industry to make them believe that whatever you want, we will put in that syllabus, and that is the only thing which will be trained to the people. That is one. The assessment which is derived from that which is called performance criteria of the each national occupation standards to map your competency, that is also being validated from the industries. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, that time industries are also not very serious when they have to vet it. And ultimately, when the end product is coming, you again say, no, 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 the training standard and assessment standard of the various training institutions are not good. We will train our own. So there is always a mistrust. So the fact is, we do not, the industry still do not trust. We have to come up a long way to their expectation. But the fault doesn't lie with any one side. It is from both sides. So all of us have to be equally involved to make the assessment happen and believe in our system. The second part is the industries, the norms, the training, everything and the equipments are changing so fast, especially with the advent of the AI and IT proliferation. The system is so vast that we have worked out that in a 3 year of span, a qualification continues to be the same. It is only after 3 years the qualification, the competency of the qualification, the learning and the assessment technique needs to be revised. And industries cannot wait for that long for you to get your things changed. So what they do is that they do not have faith in you. So whatever latest is happening, they start the training on their own. So to overcome that, again, government has been very well reacting to all this. They have now started making something called micro credentials, nano credentials, which actually, whatever is the latest changes which has come, you bring that as a 2.5 hours to 7.5 hours to 15 hours up to 30 hours. You bring that as a separate elective or separate micro credential. You get it approved, and you can give them as a upskilling course, so that the industry starts believing us that yes, the government is actually working in the right direction to meet the aspirations of the industries. But this is what I said is more or less impossible to practically implement it as and when it happens. So the trust factor still remains. Thank you.
Understand. So we go to Mr. Cook. So it's like you can still respond to that question at the same time, like, how exactly moving forward? I mean, about the few, if we look forward, we can use technology more or AI more in the process of doing a continuous assessment process.
Yeah, so I'm going to talk about English language teaching because that's sort of what I know. But I think what I'm saying is going to be applicable to pretty much any area. I think AI is obviously a hot topic, and I think it's transformative when it comes to, well, actually, coming back to your point about sort of having the people with the right skills to actually assess. I think AI can take away a lot of that that problem. So, for example, at English Score, we use artificial intelligence to grade speaking and writing. Now, traditionally, speaking and writing is really difficult to assess. You need a big team of people. You need to train them. You need to monitor them. You need to continue training them. And that becomes time-consuming and expensive. So AI has essentially removed that group of people, and we're now able to assess speaking and writing very reliably. So I think that's one area where technology is going to make a difference. I think another area is around actual test production, writing questions, creating tests that are effective and valid and reliable, again, is very challenging. It's really skillful, it takes time and it takes money. I don't think we're there yet with AI, but I think very soon AI will be able to generate tests, and we'll be able to do that quite dynamically based on a particular role or a particular skill area or particular sector. I think that's another area where it's really transformative. And then just sort of coming back to your point about industry and so on, I'll give an example of a framework that has been really successful in English language teaching, and that's the Common European Framework of Reference, or CEFR. Now, you may have seen this. It has sort of A1, A2, B1, B2, when talking about English language. And that was developed about 30 years ago. It's evolved over time, but it's an internationally sort of recognized framework for assessing language proficiency, not just English, any language. And it's been very successful, and that has really built trust from people sort of outside English language, those working in industry or education outside English. And I think that's a really good example of a framework that is adaptable, that can be sort of molded to your different needs. It has sort of for academic, for workplace, and so on. And I think that's possibly a model, not just for English, but for other skills, other subjects, that you can have a framework that is adaptable and will work and gives people that sense of trust that when you say that they are good in English, we know what that means. We can define it, and that builds that trust.
Thank you. So, Mr. Sriram, it's like, if you can comment a bit on the future of assessments with the power of technology and in a more comprehensive way, how do you see where we are moving towards?
Yeah, I mean, I think like the other speakers have said, technology can definitely help us solve some of these limitations, whether it's the availability of assessors, whether it is the adapting. But one of the things I suspect is likely to happen is with the adoption of AI or other new technologies, you're much more likely to be able to tailor assessments to very, very, very specific needs. For example, if you're a plumber who needs to know a certain level of English to be able to work in the Middle East, that's a different level of English and a different level of competencies that needs to be tested than if you're a software developer who's going to work with your clients in the US, right? And I think AI will allow us to create, by reducing the cost of content creation, allow us to create lots of different micro assessments that are specific for these kind of needs. That's one change that I definitely see. The other change I see is bringing in new types of evaluation, right? For example, to use those same two examples of a software engineer and a plumber, they might get very different types of role plays that they will have to enact. And that role play is something that AI can now help you evaluate, whether it's from an English language context or from any other type of problem solving or creative thinking context. And all of these things are now going to be possible with tech, something that I think we should, and in India, we will have to adopt, just purely because of the size and scale of the world we live in.
I understand. So, Mr. Vinod Shankar, so my question is taking from all our points, because after these two gentlemen, we will come to you for questions. And so I was thinking, so we know assessments are flawed to a large extent at this point of time to assess the futuristic skills. We want changes in that. We are trying to build competences. We're integrating artificial intelligence, but still we say the industry is trusting the assessments maximum 50% to the well. Should we really assess? Should we really assess, or why can't we leave it to the companies? You assess and take whoever you want. How do you see that perspective? Should really assessments be there if the people who are going to employ these guys are not valuing these assessments for who we are assessing? What's your perspective about that?
That point is important, but when a skill is assessed, we are assessing the chap's capability of doing that skill. Now all these credits and other things are okay, but again, now assessments are mostly happening on a real hardwares. But even technology catching up, you are talking about AI. In some areas, we can use AR, VR, augmented reality and virtual reality. For example, welding. See, if you want to go take a assessment of a higher order welding like TIG or MIG welding, the material is costly, the consumables are costly, the gas is costly, the entire setup is costly. So people will refrain from, actually doing the testing on those setup. So there we can very easily employ AR/VR techniques. Actually, a gentleman from IIT Madras has already done up this simulator. So similarly, in many these technical areas, we can go for AR/VR. And when we are doing a assessment using an AR/VR technique, and the results can be reproduced to the customer or the employer, the future employer, it becomes valid. So he need not base on the word of a assessor or the assessment of an assessor, but there are real-time, AR/VR templates can be used for that. Second thing is that an important part with ASAPs or any technical training, a skill training, is communicative English, because a skilled worker, once he completes his skill course, he has to have his communication pakka. In the sense, he has to speak to his customers to convey his, if it is a plumber or a house electrician or a welder or any kind of skill, he has to talk to his customers. He requires his communicative skills. He want to land, go for an interview. He want to speak to his employer. He should have his communication skills. So all skill courses now, NCVT also has a structure. There is communicative English, 30 hours are included in all skill courses. So this is another area where assessment, when we are assessing and skill courses, we are not only assessing the chap's skill on doing that, we are also assess his, skills on his communicative abilities. It can be in any language. Even if our skill assessed employees, we don't want to stay in desi jobs. They can go to, abroad. They can go to any countries, because the NCVT, these kind of certifications are valid in many countries. So they can go pick up a job anywhere, take a livelihood anywhere, but then they should have that knowledge of that language is most important. So skill training goes hand in hand with language training also. And the assessments, latest new technologies are now being employed regularly in the system.
Understand. So I go to my last question to Mr. Digo, but still I assert, because I'm curious to know about that. Like, an interviewer, whatever we say on the language assessment will speak to the candidate and try to understand whether he speaks well or not. Whatever grade we give for a plumber, so they will give a task for them to do. Whatever grade we give for an artificial intelligence expert, they will give a task for them to do, or ask them to show the work they have done. So where exactly as the future of assessment is moving towards, are we talking about something and spending money and effort on something which nobody needs? It's a curious question from my side.
No, it's a very good question, not only a curious question. And I think that from the side of the World Bank, we're interested in a lot of what's happening at the micro level on the day-to-day, things that can improve and can foster social development and economic growth of countries, but also at the macro level. And in this type of questions that you're posing, I always think about it in a way that for any agency, government, or organization that is carrying out an assessment, how are the results going to help the country to attract businesses and to attract jobs and to attract interest in your country? If a company like ETS that carries out the TOEFL or other organizations that carry out other type of language assessments showcase that Indians have the level of English proficiency needed for attracting jobs into India, will that be helpful or not, right? So I know we're talking about assessment of the 21st century skills, but in the bigger picture to me is, what are we doing as organizations to ensure quality in this process, and why is this process important for a policymaker who wants to make the case for their country and investments in their country?
Is it mostly like we are doing assessments to ensure that we are spending money right? We are doing assessments to ensure that the skilling agencies are doing the right job. We are assessing things because to ensure that the people are dedicated to that. But are we missing the key point? We need to assess to see whether this guy can do it or not. Whereas, is this perspective of the entire assessment is about the quality and to the due diligence of what is happening than what exactly to assess? Just a question I pose, and as we just have 10 more minutes, we open up for the stage. So questions, please. Your questions are try to ask questions. And if you're making opinions, so keep it sweet and short, please. Yeah, please. Any microphone over there? Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Hello. In the beginning, the moderator has asked a question, how many of you have been assessed greatly? I had an experience in my education at Azim Premji University, Bangalore. It is known for not having summative examination, but their examination is CCE with individual presentation, group presentation, and implementing projects, establish an organization like that. That was a good thing. Second, Vinod sir has shared his optimism of implementing FIUGP and having a skill enhancement course with credit for students. But my concern is that those courses are also assessed with written exams.
So your question is to Vinod sir, or? Oh.
Yeah, question is Vinod sir.
You have to repeat your last part.
There are skill enhancement courses in FIUGP. You mentioned that.
Yes,
with credit.
yes.
But that courses are also assessed with written exams, not about
No,
the skills.
the skill enhancement courses as part of FIUGP of Kerala government, which is started in this academic year. They are 30-hour, 60-hour and 120-hour courses, which is part of the curriculum of the degree courses. Now, these courses, if a student is taking up, which can be ASAP course or any other courses, their assessment will be through an assessment agency only, like ASAP is an assessment agency or other reputed assessment, and assessors will come and assess that. Except for the signature courses provided by the guys. Some colleges are going to give us signature courses developed by the college, the staff, the faculty itself. Those courses will be assessed by the college itself. Otherwise, it will be through a third party.
Yes, please.
NCVT and all others people are present here. There are a lot of skill courses available here, and we need to certify hell lot of people in the workforce. Presently, do not process any formal certification, whether it is through RPL process or any other mode of assessment. Are these actual or prospective models of assessment that you guys suggested, are they scalable to that extent? And one more thing, are the simulated models really a replacement for the practical assessment, which is done really hands-on? Thank you.
We post that to you.
Thanks for your question. Just on the scale thing, I can talk about that from English School's perspective. So we've been assessing in Kerala for the last 3 years English language skills. We've delivered around 40 to 50,000 English tests, and that's because it is mobile based, right? So we have students from all over the state, not actually students, anyone who would like to take the test can do from wherever they are at any time, and they really do. So we know people take it at home, in their bedroom, in their car, in a cafe. Now, I'm not saying that's the right place to take the assessment, but they can. Now, that throws up challenges around security. You need to make sure that they're not being helped or they're not cheating in any way. Is it appropriate environment? It's very noisy. Can they perform well and so on? But I think from a scale perspective, we've shown that it can work. It comes with its own challenges. You have a very small screen with your phone. If you're trying to write something, 200, 300 words, that's a challenge, but it is solvable. So yeah, I think that's one way that you can address that scale issue, is put it in people's hands essentially and avoid having to travel, like I was talking about at the beginning of the talk.
Yep. Even if you are not given me the mic, I would have still taken it and tried to answer your question. Because you heard the Australian context. I will give you the Indian perspective now. Everything is, is a state of mind. As I said, I now represent Vadhvani Foundation. Tried. I saw it for 5 years in NCVET. The conventional, the traditional way of assessment. That is doing the formative assessment, doing the peer group assessment, doing the summative assessment, doing the ipsative assessment. You know, there are 7, 8 types of different types of assessment. They all come under conventional. Now, today's burning topic, how can we move on? Nothing is scalable as on date, but not impossible. I will give you an example. I got developed for the carpenter's job, okay, through the AI. It was so perfect that today 90% of our trainees will fail. So if you tell someone to make a table, so in the performance criteria which I was mentioning earlier, it is all that which tool which will be used at what point of time to do what work. So all that programming you have done to the AI, now AI is taking the test. Now AI is absolutely, you know, and it is oblivious being done. It is saying whatever is fed in that, is it being done on ground or not? Obviously, you may. So you may have produced the best table, yet you failed. So is AI bad? No. Slowly and slowly, after all, the learner produced the table which was desired from his competency level. So he did that. But yet you failed him because it was a AI assessment. But the converse is also true. So I am an assessor. Now I am assessing 10 people who are making those, you know, table. And that day I fought with my wife. I'm not in a good mood. You know, I may not have a look at what you are doing. Don't like your face. I have you. You challenge me, you cannot challenge. So if that is scalable, then this is also not scalable. But that is scalable, that is happening. So AI, as many data as you feed, slowly and slowly it will adapt to all those, and you will find that scalable. So definitely it will happen. And I really loved the way my friend from Australia tried to explain it. We have also started getting into that kind of assessment as well. Uh, we at Wadhwani Foundation, we give 14 employability skills, life skills, soft skills training, and the entire assessment, you will have to see it to believe, is absolutely faceless. You are doing it online on computer, and you, as many people we have assessed, lakhs of people whom we have assessed, they have all passed in their no normal tests which is being conventionally being taken. Interestingly, those whom we have failed, they have also passed there. So we feel that our way of assessing definitely works. Not only that, using the AI, there is something called, we have interview preparation coach. Okay, each one of you, I challenge you, have a look at it, and you get back to me that you can write down my number 7042300452. You can get back to me that what you told was wrong. You give your interview first time, and it will tell you exactly where all you lacked, whether you were able to establish contact or not, whether when you spoke there was a gap in your, you know, communications, or whatever, in your gestures, mannerism, to your professional, the quality response, etc. Everything. Nobody is watching, and you do it 10 times. You watch yourself after, no, in the 10th time you will realize, and it scores you, also gives you a score. And the normal assessor, the conventional assessor, will come and tell you you have failed. It demoralizes you, and that AI assessor, you know, peps you up. Don't worry, it was the first time. You better luck next time. You can perform better. That gives you a little more this thing, you know. So it is time that we should start moving and really looking at those angles as well. I hope I could reply.
We go for the last question. Okay, the last question. We go for the last question. Yes. Yeah, the microphone should be there. Yeah.
Question is this: at the end of my skill development course, at the assessment, when you did the assessment, the AA done an assessment. You said that AA has no emotion, so I failed in the AA test. And the Wadhwani group was with a lot of emotion, but then unfortunately, the assessor has a fight with his wife and he failed me. My assessment percentage is just 60 out of 100. So what is next? I won't get a job. That is one scenario. Second is that I got assessed and my percentage was 90 2 years back. And the skill that I have undergone the assessment is on software. The scenario has changed. The situation is different today. And how is it relevant now?
I think we go with the second question first, and we post it to Mr. Riku. Want to take it? Yeah.
Thank you very much. So tell a little bit of the experience of examination boards in other countries, where the model of assessment and accreditation requires people to, every certain period of time, be reassessed, and they have to update their knowledge and their skills as there is progress in their field. In a few countries, for instance, you want a good doctor, a certified doctor, to perform a surgery, and that this doctor is aware of the latest innovations in their field, right? For those type of fields, it is important to have people who are updated and that know the latest trends and that can react and act upon the latest evidence. So in those cases, it makes sense for people to continuously being assessed and continuously being monitored for certification and recertification of skills. In other cases, probably you will need only once or twice to showcase what you are capable of doing, because some skills are more permanent and don't require continuous update of your knowledge or accreditation. So I think that it is where I would like to go. Is this a skill that has to be continuously be updated, or a skill that you probably need once or twice to show where you are and to prove that you're capable of doing certain type of activities?
So we go to the first question as well. So who do you like to take?
Okay, so I have been instructed to be absolutely short. So just shoot your question, first question. Okay. Okay. Got it. I understood. So for every job role,
Thank you. That was an engaging discussion. Then I invite the moderator to present a token of love to our speaker. So please, ma'am, can you please step forward to the dais? We are presenting a token of love to the speakers. Ma'am, please. Speakers, please receive that. Ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate it. Give a beautiful applause. Thank you. There is a session of caption. Thank you. Speakers.
Thank you.
So we are all on through the winding up sessions. We have only 2 sessions remains. One of us B2B session. Those who are planning to involve or participate in B2B sessions, be ready for that. And moving to the next session, the topic is navigating the new world of work, career guidance, and the skill development imperative. I will kindly welcome Alima Asif, the Assistant General Manager of KDesk, to this stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please applause.
So good evening, everyone. So we are running out of time, so I'll just quickly introduce our panelists for today. Whenever we hear about career counseling and career guidance, there are few names which come to our mind as far as Keralites are concerned. So we have Dr. S. Rajakrishnan, former Joint Commissioner of Entrance Examination, Government of Kerala. I welcome you, sir, to the panel. Please, sir. Next, we have Dr. P.R. Venkataraman, Senior Career Consultant. His name is very familiar for each one of us. And next, Mr. Sajid Thomas, Chief Career Consultant, Career Test Live. Welcome you, sir. So we have another guest who is not so familiar for Keralates, but he is very familiar as Mr. Tanish Arora, the Vice President of Fontit, earlier Monster. So welcome you, sir. Welcome. So welcome to all panelists. So our session for today is navigating the new world of work, career guidance, and the skill development. As every one of us is knowing, the world of work is changing hour by hour. So what is the biggest shift we must prepare our workforce for? The millennials who are into the workforce and the Gen Z who are going to enter the workforce. So what are the biggest shifts? We'll start from Mr. Tanish.
Very good evening, Alima ma'am. And I definitely want to congratulate KDesk for organizing such a large event at such a large scale. I'm sure logistically it is definitely difficult, and the way it has been managed, I really want to congratulate you on that. Coming to the point in terms of, where are we seeing the next technological shift going forward? we all know we have been talking about IR 4.0. Everybody is talking about across the world is around AI. Yeah. So that's a mother word now. And that's the game, I would say, for next 4 or 5 years. It's gonna be, I would say, shaping up in a different manner, right? And considering AI, it is not just a terminology which is artificial intelligence. It is actually integration of different technologies, advanced technologies, which are going to give the solution to various problems. Yeah. So that is where I see, the overall shift or the workforce will be looking for. So.
Yeah, as far as Kerala is concerned, the work focus is the employability aspect. Basically, you got two sets of students. You got a set of students who finish their 11th and 12th and pass out, which can come out to about 3.5 lakhs of people roll out of the +2 classes. Then the undergraduate programs and postgraduate programs, you put it together, there are about 7.5 lakhs. You have a mathematical number of 10 lakhs of people, which is a big number when you compare several other states in India. It's not a small one. Everybody is literate, but how many are employable? The problem as far as, we are basically career guidance people. We go to institutions and talk to you about career guidance. It is even today, career guidance is a standalone process. It has to come from outside, it has to come, it is not integrated as part of the curriculum. It's a big, big problem. How many people are there? How many service providers are there? How many can go to how many institutions? Maybe I do about 300 programs in a year with my limitations. But the number of institutions you have got as far as higher study, higher education is more than 5,000. How many are able to hit on that? Now, the biggest problem is there's a paradigm shift as far as the components of the students are concerned. As I said, about 10 lakhs of people, maybe about 10 years back, as far as the employer is concerned, he was looking into one component of the personality, which is basically knowledge. They look into the grades, they look into the marks, what the subject they studied. It just totally changed. I would like to say 60% of the success 10 years back, as far as the students of Kerala is concerned, is what exactly the knowledge they acquired. Today, most unfortunately, if you look at a modern employer, he is not bothered about what exactly you know. He finds out what is the skill you possess. Maybe 5 years back, the skill was generally given by the employer through his organization. I'll come with a classical example of State Bank of India. Every guy they recruit for their officer's job, they put in 2 years of hard work, money on them, and train them. They stopped it because that become financial incumbents for the organization. They wanted people who have ready skills. How many institutions, if you take Kerala alone, since this is being sponsored by Kerala, is imparting skill. The basic thing that is made to know to the students is that today, knowledge is not important, but skill is important. How many institutions are there? How many people are providing this? This is going to be important. As my friend suggested, AI, the dissemination of information that is available from public domains are very good. But as far as a student, this mindset of a student is concerned, when he does 3 years or 2 years committed to the education institution, his mindset is only, even today in most of the places in Kerala, they only focus on their academics. Only 10% of the academics are convertible as far as the industry is concerned. 90% has to come from where? Somewhere else. But that doesn't happen. So biggest lacuna that is there. So this lacuna has to be changed. To a certain extent, awareness has to come. But at the same time, things are looking rosy. In the sense, you got more than 538 universities in India, but the skill-based universities are only 13. You got 728 graduate programs all over India. But to my surprise, I was amazed when I started referring on things. In a matter of 5 years, 2,000 skill-based courses are now developed. So skill is really taking off. The government is, the Kerala government, the central government, everybody is looking into skills. All our skill is spoken. But how much it is trickling down as far as institutions are concerned? The colleges and the schools, or colleges basically, how many are trickling down? This trickling down is a very important aspect which has to be addressed. Otherwise, I think it's going to, we can do several seminars, several programs, we can keep on advertising skill, but to what extent is trickling down to the ground level? It's not at all happening, I must say. It is not negligible. That is the biggest challenge for you.
Well, when we look at the job seekers of the future, I would like to classify the student community into two. The first is real job seekers. And the second category, I would say, it would be the career-oriented job seekers. Now, when I look at the student community, majority of the students in the state of Kerala are job seekers. Now, that can be understood from the nature of questions they put forward to career guidance specialists. What is the easiest course to be studied? What is the best course available in the state? Or what is the course that fetches you employment once you complete the course? What is the course that gives you the best salary once you complete the course? Now, these are the questions that can be expected from majority of the students, and they can be classified as job seekers rather than career-oriented students. The nature of questions coming from the career-oriented students is totally different. Where can I have a better course at the national level? Which are the better national institutes that can give a better career? Because career is something that you have to carry on maybe 40 to 50 years ahead of you. So they think of the future in terms of progression from one step to another. So their questions will be different. So both these categories have to be looked into. You cannot avoid job seekers. You cannot avoid career-oriented job seekers. The approach of the career counselor or the career researcher should suit depending on the nature of the attitude of the students. So that is the most important thing. We give the classes to students totally considering them as a whole. You have to have separate, because job seekers are actually looking for more employment-oriented courses where there is so many vacancies available. Concentrate rather than getting a job after the course, whereas in the case of career-oriented students, jobs will come their way when they progress from one stage to another in that career. So we have to identify who are the job seekers, who are the career-oriented students, and train them or mold them based on what their aspiration is, so that we can identify the true jobs, prospective candidates for the next generation jobs. That is my personal opinion on the basic concept to be looked into when you consider about the future job seekers.
When I was looking at a perspective, one of the biggest changes that I find today is that the formal education is not able to reach up to the development of careers. Gone are the days where, as a career counselor could provide a one-stop solution, maybe a course to tell him that you are going to become successful. But today, the way in which the changes in the industry, including the impact of AI comes in, the students should come into an understanding that your learning, your official education may close maybe after you finish your degree or master's, but your learning should continue through your life. So the culture of learning should be there in a child's mindset from the beginning. And today, because of the influence of social media and other things, students get a lot of information about careers. They get a lot of colleges, informations, everything from Instagram. But the authenticity of that is not being debated or not being evaluated, because of which many times students end up in the most glamorously pointed courses or colleges rather than the reality of whether it fit in. The concept of career guidance also needs to be changed. We need to come with the concept of career planning. That is what a child maybe at around 15, 16, he would end up at 22, 23. But again, not putting a singularistic goal should be the mindset, but rather to look at a direction that I'm going to look into and evolve on the way in which I continue with it. So it is important that career guidance has to be given to students. But right now, with the influence of technology, the way in which it impacts, but it doesn't create the right personalized impact in helping students in taking the right decision. I would say a recent survey says that you take 4 students, out of them 3 of them makes wrong decisions in their career and higher education. This is not because of lack of information, but rather because the information is too much, but that is not being authenticated or regulated. So today's world, we need career counselors, we need career guidance to be given properly, but it has to be in a mindset that it gives a student a goal set, but not a specific exact plan of what you need to do, because you have to figure it out, because the world will keep on changing. You have to have the mindset of changing. That's what my point of view on it.
Yes, as Venkatraman sir clearly said, we have graduates, undergraduates, postgraduates, but do we have skilled, or there is a gap? Yes, definitely, as you said, there is a gap. Next is a very direct question I have for the audience here. What are the top technical, digital, and humans? What are the top technical, digital, and human skills one should possess for next, say, 5 to 10 years to prepare us for the workforce? We'll start with Rajakrishnan, sir.
So if skills required for the employment depends on whether you are a job seeker or a career-oriented person. So maybe a career-oriented person may need technical skills, whereas a basic job seeker may not need that technical skills, but he may need the basic skills like quantitative skills, numerical skills, communication skills, or something of that sort. If you look at the several examinations that are being offered, most of them start with these basic skills, whereas those who are looking for career-oriented jobs, maybe medical or engineering, or they need specified technical skills. So you have to identify the skills required based on what you are going to be, whether you are a job seeker or a career-oriented person. So that has to be identified.
So, Venkataraman sir, like say for, I'm asking specifically for the students, like who are in the colleges. So when they come out of college, how they should be prepared to face an interview or to be an employee, how they should be prepared, or what sort of skills sets will help them to get into the workforce?
See, if you go into details, you can, as the skills are concerned, as somebody suggested, soft skills and hard skills. 10 years back, the entire focus was on developing soft skills. Now it has gone down. Soft skills is coming by itself. Probably it is not very important for an organization. The difficulty comes with regard to hard skills. Everybody is speaking about specific hard skills, not soft skills. But this change of thought has not come. It has not gone to anyone else. It is in a different level. It is all in the high level. All these thoughts have changed. So soft skills, previously, if you look into that, every other, what is called the placement cells, especially focusing on engineering colleges in Kerala, they were giving training on soft skills. I never say or reduce the value. Soft skills are important, undoubtedly, but more than the supplementing component is always hard skill. Maybe over a period of time, it has taken the opposite role. Today, hard skills are more viable for an employable than the soft skills. So the skill has to come. But what is happening? All these skills and every other aspect of the soft skills or hard skills, everything. You just take a typical college, which you know you studied, or I go to places where it is. All this importance of skill development is given only in the end of the course. It has been there throughout. The skill improvement, skill augmentation has to come only in the end of the year when the placement comes. Because it so happens in Kerala, the survival, the existence of an institution is totally on how much jobs you give. As far as the engineering colleges are concerned, they are tottering. There are 172 colleges which started off maybe 3 years back, or 18 are closed. There are several on the verge of closing. Why? Because student, as far as he is concerned, he is going for studying engineering, not exactly to become an engineer. Don't take me otherwise. It is not a generalization. At the same time, he thinks that engineering is a course which can fetch me a job. Because engineering as a course, everyone can understand it's got a skill in that. Not like what I taught zoology for several years. I taught several years zoology. What zoology skill? People ask me, I can't say as a teacher. Probably you can be a museum keeper. You can be elsewhere. It doesn't provide a skill. So engineering is a skill-oriented word, but still there, you'll find wanting, no jobs are coming there also. Because the engineering course that is being imparted is 90% or information-based or knowledge-based. It is not skill-based. So you have to incorporate the skills. So if you ask me generally what exactly the child should prepare, he has to go into the skills. The skill has to start from semester 1. Where is the skill coming? The skill coming in today, I'm speaking again from the Kerala, the skill coming in when he is existing to the 8th semester, they are putting on industrial tie-up for an internship or an apprenticeship. Probably they got a project, which is industry-based project. People have to go to the industry, work for 2 months, prepare a project report, and they do that. You ask a child, why do you do a project report? He will not say any one of these. The master will not say, the teacher will not say. He's doing project report because mandatory it wins 200 marks. I'm very frank. It is for 200 marks, but 200 marks is once the graduation results are come, 200 marks vanish. He goes to the job market, nobody takes him. So this has to be mandated. The teacher has to, the institution has to make it mandated that by the end of every semester, there is some specified skill that is given. Once that, and you know what happens. The biggest problem as far as the skills and as far as the courses are concerned, in Kerala or all over India, it takes 10 to 20 years for a syllabus to revise. You can't upgrade syllabus all on a sudden. But it is not the case with skills. Overnight, you can change the syllabus of skill. The skill is going to driving factor. Skill has to be integrated with the syllabus. Skill must be taught semester-wise. So this capacity building has to come for the teachers. It's all possible now. It's fantastic now. There are several online procedures now. So it should be made mandatory. Every teacher has to now undergo, as for the UGC and AICT rules, that he has to go throughout his for his promotions of higher levels, minimum 3 training. But all these training are knowledge flooded. It has nothing to do with skill. So they have to integrate for the teacher training also, skill development. It should be mandated. It should be given. So it is trickling down to the students. Students also should be made aware about this. Yeah.
Sajid sir, yes, Tanish sir,
Yeah, I think there was a little deviation in your question. Your question was primarily on what kind of skills in terms of technology side, what are the skills, right? From digital, what are the
human skills and
yes,
digital.
and the human skills, right? So technology, we all know that. I will go a little binary than on a, sir has a lot of expertise in handling students and have gone through a vast experience, especially on that side, right? But from a job perspective, I am sure the question which you are asking is from the career perspective, right? So definitely yes, AI, ML, cybersecurity, these are the top 3 things which are definitely going to bombard us and are already bombarding us to the next level. It will go even higher. From digital side, it is primarily the digital literacy. All these things, like people who are into general management like me or like us, right, many of us, we may be using AI to an extent of, let's open the chat GPT, put a dumb question to it and get a dumb answer only. So we are actually, instead of using it as a subordinate, yeah, we are actually using it as a dumb subordinate. So the key skill from digital side is how better we can use these kind of tools. That becomes the digital literacy in current days. From human side, as you mentioned that, yes, the human intelligence, how do we put forward and how do we take care? With this advanced technology, the way, the complex technology is increasing, right? I think mental wellness is going to be a big game changer for all of us. Going forward, we have been seeing in various Western countries, all the corporates, all the offices, even the schools, there are counselors, there are therapists sitting. But in India, it was definitely had taken a back seat. It was never an important part of the overall ecosystem of any professional institute. Now it is going to be coming up very well.
Sajid sir, your view on that?
I would strongly agree to what Mr. Tanesh has been saying on this. I believe there are 2 levels at which we need to look at 2 skills. On an intellectual level, I would say the students should get into prompt engineering. He rightly put it, because you can't use AI just as your sidekick, but rather the possibility of AI or a chat GPT tools or generative AI and all is so high that it would empower your talent to make you another level of yourself. So maybe prompt engineering is just like it's the Aladdin story. You're trying to use how to use the genie properly. So just like that, you should know how to use this good tools like ChatGPT and others. So prompt engineering, that has to be taught from our school days on how our children should use these kind of things. And also the job market is now changing. I'll give a small example. Recently, I came across a posting for a app developer, app designer. So the design, he was asked, the requirement was given was that you should know design tools, but it was given that you should be able to use AI tools to make your designs in a much faster way. So due course of time, AI knowledge, AI applicatory skill is going to be mandatory. That's one part. On the personality part, I would say problem solving is going to be the big moment among developing of careers, because the next generation of this alpha or the other generations that are going to come in, they will be going through problems on how they are going to approach the problem. They will have all the tools from AI to all kind of technology tools, but what am I going to do it? So this require a critical thinking and a problem solving mind. Our education should impart this on school level, so that our students will come up with a plan of when not to run away from a problem, but to start looking into it, so that they can come with technological or a management or a personal solution of overcoming it and moving ahead. So that's what I would say the skills the next generation of youngsters should have.
So, sir, actually, I would like to place a question. Like, say, many of them will also have you. As we are talking about technical skills, AI, ML, and all, what about the students from arts and science colleges? Most of them will have a fear, say, like, it's all for the technical people, and we are on a different channel.
Correct. But I will know when students ask me about AI, how it is going to implement, whether I should be technically sound at it. The reality is that if you have common sense of using a superior brother or a sister who is knowledgeable, the way in which you need to use him, that's how AI or any technology is. But the problem is that unfortunately we have come with a skeptical mindset that this is a tool which is going to take away your job. In reality, this is going to empower you to become a better employee. So the skepticism comes especially among non-science students, because the science students directly or indirectly understand that this is something which is manageable for me. So again, for artistic students or for humanities, any category students, they should understand you could be a wonderful journalist, but if you know to use AI writing tools, your work could be done easier and more efficient. But this will happen only if you learn this. If you don't learn it, there are competitors who will learn this, who will do it better. So interdisciplinary education in AI development and all has to be implemented in our society so that our children, especially from the non-science, can understand and get away from this skepticism that this is not my cup of tea. This is in reality their cup of tea.
Yes. Yes, please, sir.
Yeah. That's the biggest problem. You ask a student whether you want to study economics, they register for economics. Then probably somebody who studies history. Every happens it in every college, history. Recently, the Minister of Kerala Education has come out with 35,000 seats are vacant in various undergraduate courses because people have got a feeling every course is the best. Today, the world is like that. Every course is so good. So we said about what is an economic student, what sort of AI training you can give. All right? If the economic student who is doing a 3-year course, if he can just have a skill to do surveys, a sampling procedures, a survey, they get a job tomorrow. But is that given? Is it taught by any teacher there? During the 6 semesters, if he's put on sampling, simply go, you've got a statistical procedures, fantastic statistical tools are there. If you put your profile strong and say, I've done 10 surveys, I've done banking surveys, customer survey, client-based survey, and this is what I studied. The next day, the bank will give a job. They don't have to develop anything. This is one of the requirements. What is exactly required as a teacher? An economic student, he has to find the potential. The potential is very high for an economic student. Whereas they are employable. The number 2, what is the industry doing now? What's the activity of the industry? What sort of people are required? These are all can be easily acquired by a teacher. And one that sort of training, giving the hand power, empowering them with skills, they get a job on the next day. They get a job before the results are coming. But is that happening? Please understand. In Kerala, the gestation for a job is 3.5 years. For an engineering student, the gestation, I'm speaking about there are guys who get a job on the first day. The average gestation period is 3.5 years. You just understand how much of manpower is wasted. 3 years, they are remaining jobless. Had they been employed, it would really improve the economy also. They contribute to the economy. Sorry, yeah.
So that was a clear, yeah.
And my job is more of distributing the mic, you're telling me.
No, that was a clear answer, and I think like we'll get a more clarity on what the arts and science or the other subjects can do. And next is a very direct thing I have. Like, so, you know, as you said, there is a huge gap. There is a bigger number of students coming out of colleges each year. So how best career guidance can be imparted in colleges, or so you can just answer, sir.
Me starting?
Career guidance. How can we impart career guidance in campuses?
First of all, the career guidance counselors like me should also develop skills. Don't think skill is only for a student. Skilling is a magic word. To be very frank, these people are very young. Their experience will be always vast and modern. As far as I am concerned, the student asks you, as the respected professor said about whether he gets a job. Everyone can get a job, provided they got the hidden component of skill in them. See, 90% of the questions when I do a career, which I did yesterday, they ask which is a course, which is the best. NMA Economics, BA Economics, what are the best courses in front of you? Slowly only, the small paradigm shift is coming. Maybe 15% of the students are asking the next question, can I get a job? The seriousness of a job has to come to the student. The seriousness of how a job can come. You understand? And how these courses are going to take off. So today, as far as I am concerned, I am trained to tell a student during career guidance, what is the next course? What is the best course? There is hardly any question that comes, what are the skills I have to acquire? That sort of a knowledge, that sort of a curiosity has to come to students. Basically, when a student is studying a course, you have to ask them, what are the skills? To be very honest, as far as I am concerned, I'm a person very, what you call, matter of fact. I always develop my skills properly for a question. My success comes to continue in this field is that try to give convincing answers to the students. Don't change him totally. He asks a question, give an answer. He applauses whether the answer is going to take him forward or not. So I also have to learn what are the important skills available. And please understand, we are visitors. We go to a center, talk to about 500 children, get off. But this message has to be continually reinforced, said several times, and that has to come by the what is called the providers, that is the teachers. So skills to teachers have to develop. The skills to the what they call us, ourselves also should know the skill list and try to speak. We don't do that because that question doesn't come. Today, if you go for a college and do career guidance and try to give a huge list of skills and try these are the best skills, the next time I will not be called there. Because that sort of an interest has not come. The government's job is to create huge awareness and make people start asking questions. We are basically more of question-based people. Our skill is more on giving answers, satisfying answers here.
Rajushan sir, your view on that?
I feel that career guidance, you asked the question about the career guidance at the college stage. I feel that career guidance has to be a continuous process, which should begin at the school level itself. Actually, when a student comes to the class 10 stage, he has to take a decision as far as his path forward is concerned, because so many subjects which he doesn't want to continue with, he can get rid of that and take a correct decision at the next stage. So at class 10 itself, the student should be given an awareness of what is ahead of him. When it comes to +2 stage, I think the state has a good system. Career guidance and adolescent counseling cell is functioning in the higher secondary level. They give much importance to the career guidance part, but again, that has to start at class 11 stage, because he gets about 2 years of time to take a decision as far as higher education is concerned. But the least importance is given to career guidance at the college level. That is what I understand. Because it is at that stage, he has to take a final shape of his future career. So it is actually building a process which has to start from class 10, continue with the higher secondary stage and culminate at the degree level stage. But the colleges do not have much importance, do not give much importance to the career guidance. And I would also focus on career information. Do we have the career information that is expected at a state level? Suppose a student wants to know the college is offering a particular course in the state. Where can he get that information? He has to search all the 4 universities, the normal universities, and go to each website, go to each college to find out whether the college offers that particular course. Why can't we have a database that enables the students to get the correct career information? Now, there is no difference as far as the central stage also is concerned. The National Testing Agency conducts the Common University Entrance Test. There are about 250 universities taking part in that. Suppose I want to know where psychology is offered, I have to search through all these 250 universities to find out where psychology is being offered. In this era of technological development, what is the difficulty in providing an information of all the colleges offering psychology? So the stakeholders are not taken into consideration by the authorities also. So this attitude of both the students as well as the stakeholder, the service providers have to change. So only then, so career information has to be very important. It's a important component of the career guidance sector that is not given much importance at the state level as well as at the national level. So we have to focus on the importance of career information as far as the students are concerned.
Thank you, sir. Sajid, sir.
I think Raju sir and Venkatraman sir has rightly put on the importance of career guidance right from school level. My context on this is from another angle. That is, you need career guidance, but the person who is going to impart it has its own value. As a career consultant, I would say career development is more like a marathon journey. Okay, a marathon takes about 4 hours journey, and the biggest competitor is you yourself, the person who runs. And the lineman, the importance of a lineman is to show at the right moment where you have to turn. Now that's what a career consultant or a career guidance consultant can do. Because as Raju sir rightly said, there is a challenge of having different kind of information. For example, today, for an instant, you search online the top 10 engineering colleges in India. The first result you will get in Google, the first, second, and third will be listing websites who tell about the colleges. Now, I'm not saying their data is not completely wrong. The first, second, and third, you will get good results. But afterwards, you'll start finding that marketed and sponsored results comes there. Yeah. Now there is a lack of genuinity on that information. So whom he is going to ask? So there should be a person. Now it's practically not possible for teachers to become counselors, basically because they already have a very, very different system to deliver. You need someone to talk to, someone who don't judge you based on your marks. You may not be doing great with physics, but you can always aspire to be an astronaut. But someone who can listen to you, someone who can give you the right indicators, right guidance at the right time to move to the next stage. That is what I believe the government should also come up with, because we have n number of school teachers, we have n number of literature teachers, we have all these things, but we need a career counseling should be imparted among our society, that we need career counselors so that every student should be given the right to receive a career counseling, right to education. Like that, we need right to career counseling or a career guidance that should be there. So that's my take on this.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Tanesh, I have a very different question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Being in Fountit, say I have seen kids uploading like the job seekers, the upcoming job seekers, uploading CV on like Fountit or
That's right.
LinkedIn and applying for every jobs, a single CV for every jobs.
Yeah.
So is it a right way, or how a CV can be customized as per the job rules? Or is there how AI can be used in customizing?
So to be very honest, it's already in place in terms of all the job sites. You go to monster.com, which is now founded, or any other job site, you will have AI integrated tool or an application. You will put the JD, and basis the JD, the CV can be, modified. But the most important, as sir has mentioned, whether they have that skill, although they are modifying it, that is most important thing with how to cater to that. The other point, coming to the career guidance and linking into the CV making, that's where the career guide should come into the picture. See, these days, earlier career guidance used to be the service. Now it is a life skill actually, because the Gen Z, or I mean, they are going through a typical lot of problem. It's a problem of where to start from, especially in the age where engineers, they have already got the engineering degree, but they don't know that particular skill which is already in demand. The other part is we always look for, the job. I mean, any skill or any training is for a job. Ideally, it should be for the interest, right? What is my passion? That is where the actual role of a career guide comes into the picture. And because of that, the gap or the proper career guide is not there. Student tend to get a job. To get a job, they take the help of AI site. I'll give you a metaphor, or rather the example. In one of the LinkedIn video, it was shown that one engineering student, he was a developer in one of the IT firm. He was at a 7 lakh of a salary, annual 7 lakh of a salary. He modified his salary slips, right, using AI tools, right? He cut, copy, paste, changed the figures, applied for another job. He got the job offer of 16 lakhs, just directly from 7 lakh. And because all these tools are so advanced, even the interviewers sometimes don't know whether these are practically known to that particular candidate or not. He got the offer of 16, 17 lakh at that time. Later to that, when the company started doing the verification, background verification, he was definitely caught. By the time, with a new job offer of 16 lakh, he went to another interview showing that particular job offer and he got another job of 21 lakhs. So, so this is how the time has changed. And honestly, we all talk about technology. This is called digital literacy. Yeah. And as sir mentioned that students from economy or arts or commerce, why should they be behind in terms of the AI? No, they should not be. They should be on the technology, digital literacy. How to use that AI, that is where their role comes into the picture, right? As a commerce student or as an economic student, sir was also giving the same example. How can I use the AI tool to transform my overall learning journey? That is where it's going to change the whole story.
Thank you. As we are running out of time, I need to have give some time for the audience. Do you have some questions? Yeah. Can you hand over the mic?
Actually, thanks to the moderator, she has asked most of the questions that I have in mind. But to specifically ask, Sajid sir was mentioning about the authenticity of programs. So when it comes to the global certifications, I have gone through QB, a qualified behavior analyst. For one of my friend, I have seen many organizations offering the programs. And also when it comes to the quality auditors of ISO, there are again many agencies offering the program. So for the governmental programs, or maybe that is which is offered in the state, we have multiple agencies who is authenticating. When it comes to the global perspective, the global certifications, how we can suggest a candidate which one to take. Mostly those, as Raju sir was mentioning, there are people who are looking forward for a betterment in their career journey, will definitely going for certifications and upskilling programs. So how to go about that, sir?
Now, the most important voice that we need to look into is always the industry's voice. What the industry gives value has always a value for the student. Because if I go ahead with that certification, will it increase my employability by increasing my skills? That certification has to be given the highest credibility. And today, something which I really enjoyed these days is that certifications are now taking a very crucial role in bridging the gap between conventional education and the skills that the industry require. Now, there is a wrong perception among people that, these education or the academia has to change itself to build and get into the requirement of industry-ready professionals. But let me put it, it is not going to be practically possible even in the Ivy League universities like Harvard or any big universities you take. Their fundamental aim is to empower the candidate with the knowledge, the mindset, and the thought process to look at their selves and understand to develop themselves. And the certifications and others are just the icing on the cake, which in one way it takes out their skills, inborn skills, and make it into a professional level. So I would say, you need to look at skills from ISO certification to even, for example, career coaching. There are international career coaching certifications are there. For every field, if you search, if you use Google properly, you'll find certifications which are accredited by the European Union, the US federal government. Even Indian government has got a lot of certifications these days on different categories. For example, for food technology, we have BRQIS. It's a certification that's based in US, but UK, and it has been globally recognized. And the fortunate part is that BRQWS is available even in Cochin for students to pursue. So you have certifications across. The online education has given students from across our state an access to get into these things. But the problem is that if you don't have an awareness of what am I looking at, there's no point in that certification. Okay, I believe I have answered it.
So one last question.
Actually, I agree with Dr. Raju Krishnanji that we need to provide more of career information rather than guidance, because guidance is not leading to what we want our children to be. We miss on aspects like passion, interests, hobbies, when we are guiding them. The whole focus is on building a career in medical or engineering and all those things. So we have to really think of this. Are we just telling them about their livelihoods or employment, or the passion that they have, they want to pursue in their life? These are two different things. What I did when my son was in 8th standard, I developed certain set of questions, asked him, and I came out with the conclusion that he wants to get into football or soccer. And you would be surprised to know that later on he was in the school team, he was in the university team, he went to Manchester for studies, for higher studies, and he's still playing out, he's doing job, he's still playing football, with his friends, school friends or college friends. So in a week, he has made a point that he should go and play football and badminton. He's going to gym and he's grown very well physically and all those things. So it's not just about livelihood opportunities, not just about employment in career. It's about passion. It's about interest. It's about pursuing your hobbies besides the employment. But when we talk about career guidance, it means we just guiding them to become doctor, engineers, or getting into any other lucrative employment opportunities. So I think I agree with him totally that we need to shift this from career guidance to career information, include other aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sorry that we are running out of time and I need to just conclude the session. Okay, one last question. Someone was, please make it quick.
Thank you very much for your wonderful discussion. My question is on the role of the higher education teachers in the field of higher education sectors. You have been mentioning that they have to provide career guidance. When it comes to career guidance or counseling, we don't have, especially the teachers don't have any particular idea about these things. That's why the students, they don't get proper guidance from the teachers. They may be experts in the particular domain, but they are not able to guide them into different job sectors. So what can we do in that aspect? And also regarding the career information, as a byproduct of this discussion, can we think of something from the government sector side to provide career information at one just click for the students?
Now, personally, I feel that the initiative has to come from the faculty itself. You have a syllabus which you are uncovering during the course of 3 years or 4 years. But you have to go beyond the syllabus to be a good career guide. So at several points of time, I have been emphasizing on including a chapter. Unless you are given a specific task to do something, you will not do it. That is what I have seen. So if it is included in the syllabus, it becomes a liability on you to do that, explore that, and give your students the proper guidance. So as part of the syllabus, a section has to be included, at least for that particular area, the future prospects, the future job opportunities, and all those things. So unless that is done, the teacher has to take the initiative. And so because just like technology is changing every second, career scene also is changing every second. Whatever you say today may not be relevant tomorrow morning. That is what is happening in career guidance area or career information area. So the teachers have to take the initiative. Now I have seen, to be frank, I have seen a set of very dedicated teachers in the higher secondary sector who are ready to go to any extent to give guidance to the students. I appreciate their approach. So that has to come from the college teachers also, which I have not seen during my tenure as a faculty in the various colleges in the state. That initiative is not there. Suppose somebody asks you to take a session, and suppose you say that you must be remunerated for that. They say that we don't have funds. And this is the approach that we have seen in several colleges. I have first-hand information or experience on that. So the teachers have to, it has to be taken as a passion if you want to give guidance to the students. Because several students coming out after the undergraduate program do not know what they have to take at the next stage. Because if a student of chemistry can deviate to various areas after completing the undergraduate program or the postgraduate program. So teachers have to change if the information has to be given to the student. That is my personal feeling.
Yes, yes, please.
Yeah, yes. Now I would like to speak one point you left. Does it work? Yeah. Okay. Is it about CV, you know? How to strengthen the CV? Yeah. Now what happens now? A child qualifies, a student qualifies a degree, maybe BA Economics or BTech or an MBBS. End of the day, CV is made. We always think as a skilled person of the government, always think what happens. The success of a skill impartment is that every college should be able to provide jobs, tie up to the industry and take the children for a job. That's going to be a trademark. Now what happens? Now in campus placements, an employment provider comes, he tries to see 10, 20 students, he conducts a small aptitude test or that test, this test, screening test. Yesterday that was happening in institution in Chennai, and they were calling me and asking me and telling, they conducted tests for 700 people and then finally shortlisted about 120 people, put them on a GD, eliminated. You're demoralizing the people. Several of them are demoralized. Why they are not getting that? And what happens is for the guy who is conducting, everybody is stereotyped. Everybody's profile is same, except for the photograph and probably his father's name and date of birth. That makes the job complex. Now I'll tell you what is to be done as far as CV is concerned. The gentleman, great teacher, he also asked me what he can do. If you can do some sort of a career help, today, as far as I don't think that I'm a different guy that I speak about. We copy several of the careers, several of the HR procedures and changes that is happening. Don't think that I'm partisan. We are all copying what is happening in European nations. There's a hardly any element of innovations. So what's happening there? You can see what is happening there 5 years back. We are going to copy here, literally. Now, please understand, in European standards, anyone who works, madam, how many years of experience?
15.
15. Don't get angry with me. If a guy gets employment in an organization for more than 5 years, you're a bad person. If an organization employs a person for more than 5 years, it's a bad industry and a bad organization. It's dynamic. Nobody works in other countries for more than 3 years in a place. It's dynamic. But don't look at me like that. I'm the most cruel person. I worked for 36 years in a college. Yeah, spoiled the entire situation. The moment I left the institution, my department, which was getting 3 first classes, 4 first class in a year, I thought I am the biggest guy there. And when I left, the 3 and 4 first class became 12 on the next year. So the biggest problem in that institution was myself. I am the block. I think I am the greatest guy. The gentleman was asking, if the teacher employs his brain and start doing career guidance, that may give you a better career. And you may leave the college or school. If you leave the college, that is the starting of the good day for them. So people have to be dynamic. If you do it now, last point on your CV. Now what happens? A child is made to prepare a CV and an SOP. SOP doesn't happen in any places now. I asked several people, they don't know what is SOP. For SOP, they give a different from system of operation. I'm sorry, if you ask a student SOP, it's a different thing. They don't know what is SOP. SOP is very critical than a profile. Every student has got the same profile, excepting some small differences. Now, I'm doing a class for the first year BA Economics. You said there's a difficult subject, economics. Are you economics? No, very good. Okay, now. Yeah. Now, if it is a first year economics student, the teacher should have some capability. Tell him, ask him to dream what exactly type of job he wanted. He says, I want to be an economist. Maybe I want to write civil service. Maybe I want to do survey. I want to do as a risk manager in a bank. Fantastic. Yeah. Put it on the end. This is his end result. The start. Draw a line. During the 6 semesters you work there, we can do what is called as, what is it called? Roadmap and milestones. The CV, this guy who wants to become a risk manager in a bank has got a winning CV. Create that. The student who is studying in the first semester, it is actually blank. Nothing is there. And every semester, every trimester he goes through, he has to add value in such a way. End of the 6th semester he passed out, he has got a winning resume. And no employer can reject him. Is that done? Not done. It's all very simple procedures with technology and AI there. It's all very simple.
Thank you, sir. I wish I could have more time, but unfortunately...
Down or keep on passing?
No, sir, please. So sorry, we are running out of time. And thank you for the great panel. We had a very great discussion. As the panelist clearly states, like, the career guidance is not a one-time choice. It's about career information. It's about career reinforcement, continuous learning, adaptability, and aligning with the emerging technologies. And A is not nothing to fear with, but we need to get aligned with that. We need to get skilled, and yes, we'll get opportunities. Thank you for the panel, and thank you for all of you there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator and the speakers. Here I'm welcoming the moderator to present a token of love to the speakers. So both of you, please come in front of the die. Ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Okay. Moving to the last session, the most awaited, B2B. The session is typically to create a structured platform, business training providers, industry leaders, and government agencies to interact, collaborate, and establish partnerships. Here are the main objectives. Number one, networking and collaboration between different skilling organization and institution in and outside the country. And the number two, talent and skill development alignment. Number three, business opportunities. Number four, knowledge exchange and best practices. Number five, promote the Kerala as a skilled workforce hub. Let me explain briefly. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arranged dedicated around table right in front of you, each with just 2 seats. This is designed to facilitate to one-on-one B2B conversation, a chance to connect directly, exchange ideas, and explore potential business opportunities. If you are interested, you may join into the table, have your discussion, and once it is complete, kindly leave the table free for the next participant. This setup is exclusively for person-to-person business networking, ensuring meaningful and focused interaction. So if anyone is interested, please come in front of the round table and please be seated on the chair near the round table. The authority, the coordinator will arrange the table. Okay. Is there any doubts about the B2B session? So the B2B session have a particular time period. It will end up on 7:30. So if you are interested, please come in front of the round table. Thank you. It will take around 20 minutes. So those who are interested, you can register, contact freely with Devi. She's the person who is collecting the data, who is billing for the B2B session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, those who are registered for the B2B session, please just come in front of this round table and please be seated and make sure that you're comfortable. Once again, I welcome you, the participants who are registered for the B2B session. Who are registered for the B2B session, please come forward and just seat around this round table, near the round table. This is an opportune moment, and ladies and gentlemen, those who are not registered for this, come forward and use this opportune moment, utilize it. Once again, I repeat, here are the main objectives. Networking and collaboration between different skilling organization and institution in and outside the country. Number 2, talent and skill development alignment. Number 3, business opportunities. Number 4, knowledge exchange and best practices. Number 5, promote Kerala as a skill workforce hub. Yes, here I will explain shortly. We have already arranged, currently we are arranging. So this is a design to facilitate one-on-one B2B conversation, a chance to connect directly, exchange ideas and explore potential business opportunities. So join us. A direct way of building networks, so utilize it, guys. Those who are not registered till now, please contact with Devi, the program coordinator, one of the volunteer. The participants who is having the seats there, if you're comfortable, please come forward. Come in front of here. If you're comfortable, you may seat it here. The session will start within very few minutes. Make sure that everyone received your table number. The volunteer is distributing the table number. Ladies and gentlemen, please share your table number with the volunteer Devi. So let me introduce the participants. You may note it. Number one, table number 4, Anju Kurian, psychologist and human resource consultant, director of NEO Consultant, and pairing with the B2B session with Jesse Alexander and Nita Anil Kumar, leading the learning and development of Nesty Digital. And table number 3, this is the pair, right? Table number 3, Amit Raman and Vineet Wilson, CEO of, sorry, there is some correction, sorry about that. If you are willing, please announce it. Table number 3, just please tell me. Amit Raman, CEO of Inco Robotics. Okay, Inco Robotics. Okay, I think it's better to introduce yourself. Just do that.
Hello.
It will clear, make clear.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Amit Raman, CEO of Inco Robotics.
Hi all, myself Vinny Wilson, HR Manager for Inca Robotics.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anju, and I'm a psychologist and an HR trainer, and right now working as a director for NEOG, which is a training division of the Hedge Group.
Hello, my name is Rajendran. I am from rupeeboss.com. This is a MSME loan platform.
Good evening, everyone. This is Anju D. Sajeev. I'm in charge of human resources at Grand Hyatt Kochi. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Arunabh Dattaroy. I'm the Learning and Development Manager for Grand Hyatt Kochi.
Good evening, all. Myself, Prasoon Prakash. I represent Retailers Association of India, and I take care of the Kerala state, and I'm also a freelance recruiter.
Hello, my name is Dr. J.S. Jahangir. I am Academic Council member, University of Kerala.
Hello, good evening. I am Advocate Anis US, representing Iqbal College, Peringamala.
Sajir, Iqbal College, Peringamala.
I am Dr. Gladstone, Professor of Computer Science at the Government College, Kairavatam.
Yeah, good evening all. Myself Nita Anil Kumar. I am leading the learning and development of Nest Digital, part of Nest Group.
Good evening all. I am Jessie Alexander. I am a senior learning specialist in Nest Digital. We head the trainings and upskillings of the Nest Digital group. Thank you.
Good evening all. I am Kiran Matthew. I am Joy Alagas branch manager in Kochi.
Good evening to all. I'm Amal Vijay. I'm the HR executive of Joy Alagas, India Limited. Thank you.
I am Manoj Alapat, Head of Global Workforce Management at UST.
Namaskaram all. I am Kiran. I am the Cluster General Manager for Lemon Tree Hotels, Kerala.
Good evening all. Myself Nitin Devraj. I am the HR Executive, Lemon Tree Group of Hotels, Kochi.
So everyone done? Once again, I'm asking, everyone done? Okay. Let's start. Your time ends upon 7:30, so start. Do the conversation, come on. Anyone is still confused?
Hello, good afternoon. I think it would be better if the organizers can give an idea about what is going to be discussed at this platform. Everybody is confused what is going on here. We don't know what to present, what to talk about. Some teachers are here, some academicians are here, some company managers are here, some psychologists are here. We want to get an idea what to be discussed. Otherwise, we will still be in confusion. We cannot continue the discussion. Can anybody give an idea about this platform?
The academicians will be here within some time. You may start with your ice-breaking things. Go ahead.
Ice breaking for what?
Are you still confused?
Anyway, our Professor Dr. Gladstone Raj is here. He is one of the most well-known ice-breaking professors. He will start this section. Okay.
Hello, good evening. My direct question to Ink Robotics, actually. I'm a professor of computer science, and we have been teaching computer science, and we have incorporated different artificial intelligence and machine learning, IoT like subjects in our curriculum. Then what else is required in order to mold a better career ecosystem in our university or in our campuses? If the Ink Robotics people is able to respond, because okay, the organizer said it is an one-to-one question. So my direct question to you: what else has to be incorporated in our curriculum in order to acquaint with the requirement of Ink Robotics? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. That's a wonderful question, because what we see, because we do a lot of activities with colleges, we sign MOUs with colleges, and we see that there's a lot of disconnect between the academia and the industry. Yeah. And what we see is the lack of hands-on learning. Yeah, and we see that that is evident not only in engineering colleges, we see that evident in other arts and science colleges as well, polytechnics as well. Yeah, and what we do is we try to ensure that we fill that gap by providing them a few things in terms of hands-on workshops. Yeah, we also set up center of excellence, and we also do give them on-the-job training. So we have people that we have trained for minimum 3 months, and we intake students on a regular basis. Every month we intake about 5 to 10 students and try to give them these kind of hands-on learning. Yeah, and what we see when we do this kind of an exercise is that we take a lot of time and effort to ensure that they are industry ready when they leave. So I'll just give you a very quick glimpse in 2 minutes in terms of what we do. So first day, we give them an overall induction of the company, what we do, what we stand for, and what is the vision that we have. And the next day, we give them a task. They have to ensure that they do the task and come back to us, yeah, with little support, because exploratory learning is the future. Yeah, we can't be spoon feeding them. Yeah, so what we see is the next day they come, but everybody is used ChatGPT, yeah, and got the answers from the ChatGPT. But we ask a few questions. We understand that how much they have gone deep dived and researched on the topic. Then we tell them to do it again, because, and if we are satisfied with that, we give them a task and we get them into onboarded, and they start working on a few projects. And once that happens, then every 2 weeks we have a review. Okay, we ensure that industry is not what they feel it looks like. The perception will change in 1 month, because this is also the first time that they are working in the industry. So what happens there is we work from 9 to 6:30. So it takes a toll on them as well. So it takes around 3 weeks for them to get into this mode for us. Yeah, to get into our organization and start working. So these are changes that we have seen in the last 1 year when we have these kind of programs running. And so every 2 weeks there's a review, and what happens is towards the end they have a final presentation. They have to put a report in place. So a lot of documentations we do as best practices. And what we have seen is that we make them print this and tell them, you take it to your interview and show them this is what you did in your internship. And when they start talking about it, it flows. Yeah, just like a stream of water, it flows. And that is what we want them, that confidence from the first presentation to the last presentation. We see a huge gap in terms of improvement, in terms of how they have performed. And what we have seen is we have, out of numerous people that we had come, if there's an opportunity in the company, I observe. And I observed a few people. And what we see is that we don't look at, if have they got the certificate in place. We have seen people we have hired, they have backlogs. Okay, so this is the reality. As well as people who have left us because we could not place them at that point of time. They've got placed in Amazon and even Asimo Robotics. So you see, so that is the kind of change that we are trying to make with these kind of things. So I believe I am telling this because I see that other B2B partners are also here who could explore this kind of an opportunity, because this is something that we could do and give back to the community. Yeah. So again, we can discuss this in detail in terms of how you could also benefit, but we could do this for you. Yeah, thank you.
After two discussions, the discussion is in a standstill. Everybody is still confused what to be discussed. Basically, this platform is to discuss about industry and academia. I don't know whether we are discussing about academia or industry is in connection with academics, or industries can provide any kind of facilities to the colleges or for the academic level. But in many colleges, there are lots of entrepreneur development clubs are actually working. Some of the ED clubs are working in tune with many companies. But in industries department is also providing support for the colleges, especially for ED clubs. But as a whole, we are not getting large kind of assistance from the industries. If you can provide some kinds of skill development, or if you need any kind of skill enhancement, whatever you require for your company or for your institution, if you can give some ideas about the colleges, they will incorporate that in their working environment. That will benefit for the student community. That can be utilized for the institutions. Can you do anything just like that? I think no industries are working here to comment about my question.
I'll try to speak with respect to retail because I represent Retailers Association of India. And basically what we do, I just give a small snapshot of it. Like we conduct retail events across India in all the cities, and we work for the retail community and upliftment of it. Parallelly, we work with different colleges as well, like the IIMs. What we do, we provide sponsored programs for the executive levels. At the same time, we have tied up with IGNO also, wherein in retail, when we talk, there are so many people who work in retail, they do not qualify, didn't complete even the graduate level. So we provide them a package kind of thing in the best possible deal, where minimal amount they can pay and they'll get the retail degree. So that we do it with respect to IGNO. So like that, we are tying up with so many colleges and we do these kind of programs. Obviously, it comes with an MOU. So these kind of things which we basically do. But even I am a freelance recruiter. With respect to retail, I will say they are finding it very difficult to get the right person. So when I spoke to many of the chief head HR of the companies, they find it difficult nowadays when they go for campus recruitment to put forward a proper mail or to conduct, I mean, to speak properly also. They're finding it a little bit difficult. Or in terms of the involvement level also, when they give them a case study or something like that also. I'm not saying ki overall colleges or the students are like that, but whenever I spoke, overall, if we see, they find that lacking thing, the competency level and the involvement level. And if we see the retail industry, uh, the attrition rate is very high, which means any employee comes down, they are not with the company for at least 2 to 3 months. When I used to start, I used to be there in retail industry for 18 years. So we used to work at least for 2.5 to 3 years bare minimum. Now it has gone down to 3 months or 4 months. So I think a couple of them had come down from Joya Lucas group. They might be able to understand, answer it properly because attrition is very high. And other thing is that, as I said, lack of involvement, notice period will be there, but they don't want to serve the notice period. Once they get the salary, they walk away. So what happens is that the operation which happens in the store gets stuck. So these kind of major issues, currently retail industry is facing. Obviously, like we have the store format now, the online apps have come like the Zomatos, the Blinkits. Because of that, many good people have moved out to online because they can come, they can work whenever they want. But if you go down to a proper physical store, it's like you need to come down and you need to do a proper shift, which they don't want to do now. If we see the online platform, we can work anytime, we can log off. We can spend with family. But if it comes down to the physical store, that is not possible. So these kind of major challenges, a mentality shift is happening. So I would suggest, like personally, my experience, we need to put those thought process in students. And like earlier, what I heard is that you need to show a graph to the students where they want to reach. So there has to be some assessment with the students what they want to become, so that they can start working on that part. So these all things, I think I felt it because I also try to help other companies in terms of recruitment. But I find it difficult nowadays with respect to retail. I'm not talking about other things. I'm not the right person. But this is some sort of blueprint I would like to share.
Yeah, I just want to add on to that because I believe, some of the skills, we see a lot of people getting fired from companies like Microsoft, Google. I'm talking more from a technological standpoint, and this is going to happen in terms of any other sector as well, where we see a lot of these kind of jobs being replaced because of automation happening. Yeah, and this is always a challenge because of the space at which AI is going. Yeah, and that is where I believe that the students have to be understanding what is the demands in the industry at any point of time. So having that interaction in the final year is, I believe, a necessity now to ensure that they understand what is happening in the industry and staying connected with the industry at least during the early years of their degree. Because even if you're doing video editing or things like that, there are tools that is there in the market right now that can do it more efficiently than a Photoshop. Yeah, and that even in law as well, if you look, there are tools that can be used to ensure that you get the loopholes in any of these kind of FIR reports and things like that. So you take any industry, there are AI tools in that specific industry that can be used, so that has to be made aware to these students at a very early stage of their degree, and that these kind of connects with workshops and things like that, as well as hands-on kind of things should happen. And at the same time, because these kind of things cannot be embedded into the curriculum because of the rapid changes in which it is going. And I believe faculty development is another area where the focus has to be, because the faculties also should be able to ensure that they also move into a lifelong learning, and ensuring that that continuous professional education is built over there. Yeah, these are things that I feel there's a gap right now in the system, and these kind of avenues are better to correct these kind of gaps, and take some measures on how we could address these kind of gaps, because uh, because I believe that the way even B.Ed or M.Ed, these kind of curriculum are built is still in the old era. It is not changing as per the technological requires in terms of how the classroom style of teaching has to happen. Yeah, where it has to be a student-oriented, personalized kind of teaching methodologies should evolve right now with the evolution of how we see technology evolving. And I would encourage even the college to focus on and using these kind of technologies in the classrooms as well. You get better and better when you start using ChatGPT. You get better prompting and again when you start using ChatGPT, because if you don't, somebody else will do it and they'll get the job. So I strongly believe that AI will not replace you, but a person who knows AI will replace that person. And that is what is happening in every of the industries that we see across. Yeah, and the value creation should be there. It has to be a lifelong learning process, and it is not only in engineering industry. It is there in teaching. It is there in a doctor, a lawyer, because if a doctor doesn't know how to operate a robotic machine, he will be left out, and somebody else who knows will be doing. That is the kind of era that we are going into. So this is the reality, and I think educational institutions should understand this and do something that can take the industry academia linkage closer by ensuring that even the faculties are trained on this. I think there is something called a professor in practice, that where a professor goes and ensures that he spends time with the industry and things like that, which I believe should be advocated and fast-paced into ensuring that people in colleges have this kind of professors there, so that they understand what is happening in each industry. Thank you.
My next question is to Anju ma'am. Ma'am, currently in hotel industry, I think so in any industry, we are facing a lot of attrition. The attrition's one of the basic reason is the current generation, they quit very easily. Unlike the previous, they struggle a bit and they work it out. What has changed now that, that people quit easily?
Hi, everyone. Good evening. So, in my practice, I have to spend months actually to work with students to develop their communication, their confidence, and to develop grit in them, to develop this perseverance. So, it's not easy, as you said. Children just give up very easily because we are so used to, like, as parents ourselves, we give everything so easily to our children, and then if they're hurt, we're always there to handhold them. So they don't know what it is like to fall down and try to get back up again. So in my skilling, when I work with students, especially interns in the financial services industry, I have to spend months. When I say this is not a joke. Over a year, we have to run trainings on a continuous basis to ensure that we induce real life situations for the students, so they understand that when they come back to a work situation, that these are situations that is going to happen, and how are you going to deal with it. But I would tell you, inducing them in training and them getting back to in a training in a real job, I have to again go back and handhold them. I have the I'm able to do that because I work at Hedge, and I'm working in different groups. But it is not easy, and this is something I think we as parents, we as academic institution running people, as trainers, need to understand that this is a generation that we are raising who give up too easily. But if we try to do that from when they're younger, I think we have a lot to offer to them. Yes, I hope that answers your question. To some extent? Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. I'd like to take on 2 points that were made. Firstly, how our education system has changed, right? When we started removing scoring and marks and, allowing people to, go forward and removing that thing of excellence and, trying to get somewhere, that has changed the mindset of how people perceive success. Okay. And when they come to the real world and then now suddenly you have this race and everybody's running and that measure, that is a difficult transition to make. Okay, initially, if you've gone through the stages, you start young and it helps them. With the industry for hospitality specifically, because you work with Lemon Tree, we have this system where we are working very closely with education institutes. We have faculty members who come to our hotels to get trained. But the challenge that we face is look at firstly, who is this faculty? Okay. So sometimes we have faculty who've been teaching for 20, 30 years. So what they learned when they graduated and what today's scenario, there's a big gap. So they need to come and, come and attend sessions to know what the hotel is, what are the current technological, features that we have, how things have changed rapidly. But when they come for training, they come with the mindset that they'll come at 9 o'clock and they leave by 6 o'clock. How is that going to relate to that experience? So there is a chef who's coming who wants to learn continental food, but our continental restaurant is open only for dinner. But he is coming from far away, so he says, I have to leave by 6 o'clock. I cannot, open the restaurant early for him to learn. So if the faculty is not really interested in upskilling themselves, we can't do anything. Then we have seen people who are faculty who have only worked in the industry for 2 years. What experience do you have to teach students? So the curriculum itself is very limited in some places. I don't think we develop personality and communication skills as much. There are times when we have students who are coming from, I would say like FCI, right? Um, Coming for courses, but the only education that they have in terms of culinary skills is food from Kerala. But all these students aspire to work abroad. How are we going to help them? And then the expectation is on the industry to fill that gap. So while the education institute is taking fees to teach them, I don't think they're doing justice to that. And then the industry as a working organization trying to fill that gap becomes very, very difficult. So I think that is somewhere where the academia needs to really pull up the socks. Maybe government needs to change how the curriculum is set so that more educational institutes, because we have just too many hotel management, hospitality schools available, and there's so much of plethora of these options that anybody who has a little money to do the course can do the course. And then the quality of manpower is really poor. So that is one of the challenges that we face. But we are really, really fortunate that we are able to provide academic, chances for hospitality professors to come and train with us. We have a lot of, we have about 80 odd interns training with us periodically. So like you said, trying to make a change in their personality when they go out. And we have a lot of them who come back and work with us. So we try to show them the real world. Unfortunately, a lot of times academia is not able to do it. So when they come, they have this challenge, but eventually, if they really are passionate about the craft, then they are able to, have a mind shift change, and then they work with us or other hotels. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for interrupting. We have already know about the time limitation, so I'm explaining that. No, I know it's not completely, partially. You may know the firm and the sector from the different people, so you may got some idea. So choose your particular similar suitable sector that you want to collaborate with. Then just seated on this round table, one-to-one session. Okay. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ട ഫേം ഏതാണോ എന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ തിരഞ്ഞെടുക്കുക. ഇപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളൊരു IT ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരു വിദ്യാർത്ഥിനി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ടീച്ചിങ് ആണ് എങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഓക്കെ. അപ്പൊ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സ്കില്ലിന്റെ റിലേറ്റഡ് ആയിട്ടാണ് വേണ്ടതെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഓക്കെ സിമിലർ ആണ്, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ആരായിട്ടാണ് കൊളാബറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് എന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ ചൂസ് ചെയ്തതിന് ശേഷം റൗണ്ട് ടേബിളിൽ നിങ്ങൾ രണ്ടുപേരും കൂടെ 1-to-1 ഇന്ററാക്ഷൻ സെക്ഷനായിട്ട് ഇരുന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എങ്ങനെയാണോ കൊളാബറേഷൻ വേണ്ടത് എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ B2B സെഷൻ നിങ്ങൾ കണ്ടിന്യൂ ചെയ്യണം. Time is very limited. That's why I'm telling. You may continue. Thank you.
സോ റൗണ്ട് ടേബിളിൽ നമ്മൾ പോകുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് എന്തെങ്കിലും കോമൺ ആയിട്ടുള്ള എന്തെങ്കിലും ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഉണ്ടോ? കാരണം നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടെ വന്നിരിക്കുന്ന അധ്യാപകർ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് പൊതുവെ ആർട്സ് ആൻഡ് സയൻസ് കോളേജുകൾ, എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജുകൾ, പോളിടെക്നിക്സ്, ITIs ഈ കാറ്റഗറിയിലുള്ള അധ്യാപകരാണ്. സോ ബേസിക്കലി ഇപ്പം നമ്മുടെ ഇപ്പം നടന്ന സെഷൻസിൽ ഉൾപ്പെടെ ഗവൺമെന്റ് പ്രയോറിറ്റി കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യം കരിക്കുലം എത്രത്തോളം ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ഓറിയന്റഡ് ആക്കി മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാം, ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിക്ക് പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ ബേസിക് ആ സബ്ജക്ട്സിന്റെ ആ ബേസിക് കൺസെപ്റ്റ് നിലനിർത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ കുറച്ചും കൂടി ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ഓറിയന്റഡ് ആയിട്ട് എങ്ങനെ സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനെ മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാം. സോ ഇൻ ടേംസ് ഓഫ് കരിക്കുലം, രണ്ട് ഇത് നടപ്പിലാക്കുന്ന പെഡഗോജി എങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ കോളേജുകളിലും അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളിലും എസ്പെഷ്യലി ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻസിൽ എങ്ങനെ അത് കുറച്ചും കൂടി മികച്ച രീതിയിൽ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യാം. സോ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റേഷന്റെ സമയത്ത് നമുക്ക് ഇൻഡക്ഷൻ പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് കോളേജുകളിൽ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, കരിയർ ഗൈഡൻസ് പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് കോളേജുകളിൽ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്സ് നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, ഈവൻ ഫൈനൽ ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്സ് മാൻഡേറ്ററി, അതും മാൻഡേറ്ററി ആയിട്ട് വരുന്നുണ്ട്, OJT പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, റിസർച്ച് പ്രൊജക്ട്സ്, ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ഓറിയന്റഡ് റിസർച്ച് പ്രൊജക്ട്സ് ഇതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. സോ ഇത്തരം ഒരു രീതിയിലാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ സിസ്റ്റത്തിൽ ഇപ്പം കുറെ പുതിയ മാറ്റങ്ങൾ നമ്മുടെ ഗവൺമെന്റും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഹയർ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ സിസ്റ്റം കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നത്. കൂടാതെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ കാര്യം നമ്മുടെ കേരള നോളജ് എക്കോണമി മിഷന്റെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയൊരു കൺസെപ്റ്റ് എംപ്ലോയബിലിറ്റി എത്രത്തോളം നമ്മുടെ സ്റ്റേറ്റിൽ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്തെടുക്കാം, ഇൻക്ലൂഡിങ് ഡിസ്ട്രിക്ട് വൈസ് നമുക്ക് എത്രത്തോളം എംപ്ലോയബിലിറ്റി ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്തെടുക്കാം, എത്രത്തോളം ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി നമ്മുടെ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിലും മേഖലകളിലുണ്ട്. സോ നമ്മുടെ പല മേഖലകളിലും ഇന്നിപ്പം നമ്മളിപ്പം ക്ഷണിച്ചിരിക്കുന്ന അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ക്ഷണിക്കപ്പെട്ട് ഇവിടെ എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്ന പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻസ് പലതും ബാങ്കിങ് ആൻഡ് ഫൈനാൻസ് സെക്ടർ ഉണ്ട്. കേരളത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട സെക്ടേഴ്സ് ആണ് നമ്മൾ ഇന്നിവിടെ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയലിസ്റ്റുകൾ എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. ബാങ്കിങ് ആൻഡ് ഫൈനാൻസ് സെക്ടർ ഉണ്ട്, റോബോട്ടിക്സ് ഉണ്ട്, ഏവിയേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഹോസ്പിറ്റാലിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്, ഹെൽത്ത് കെയർ ഉണ്ട്. സോ അതർ ടെക്നിക്കൽ നോൺ ടെക്നിക്കൽ ജോബ് റോൾസ് ഉണ്ട്. സോ കുറച്ചും കൂടെ ആ ഒരു ഇന്ററാക്ഷൻ മെച്ചപ്പെട്ട രീതിയിലാക്കി നമ്മുടെ ഒരു സാധാരണ ഒരു ഡിഗ്രി കഴിയുന്ന കുട്ടി, ഒരു എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കഴിയുന്ന കുട്ടി, ITI കഴിയുന്ന കുട്ടി, പോളിടെക്നിക് കഴിയുന്ന കുട്ടി, ഈ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് എങ്ങനെ മികച്ച രീതിയിൽ ഈ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വരാം എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിലേക്ക് ഈ ഇന്ററാക്ഷൻ കുറച്ചും കൂടെ കൊണ്ടുവരികയാണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് ഹെൽപ്ഫുൾ ആയിരിക്കും. സോ നമ്മളൊരു റൗണ്ട് ടേബിളിലേക്ക് പോകുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് ഇനി കോമൺ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഇഫ് യു ഹാവ് വി ക്യാൻ അഡ്രസ്. സോ ഇറ്റ്സ് ടു ദ അധ്യാപകരോടാണ്. എന്തെങ്കിലും കോമൺ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് റേസ് ചെയ്യാം. എൽസ് ദെൻ വിൽ മൂവ് ടു ഇന്ററാക്ഷൻസ്. Sure. So like we'll have a quick introduction again because കുറച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത്. So just like we request industrial people, like just introduce your name, your firm, your designation and firm and sector.
Hi, this is Amit Raman, CEO of Inker Robotics. We are into futuristic technologies.
Hi, good evening. My name is Anju Kurian. I'm from NIOG, which is the recruitment and training division of the Hedge Group.
Hi, my name is Sanju. I am the Human Resources Manager for Grand Hyatt Kochi. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Arunab and I'm the L&D Manager for Grand Hyatt Kochi.
Hello everyone, Prasoon here from Retailers Association of India. I head the Kerala state and I'm a freelance recruiter as well, focusing on retail sector.
My name is Jaswin. I'm from KPMG audit business. I'm working as associate director in HR.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Arvind. I am working with ISAF Cooperative as a senior learning and development manager.
നമസ്കാരം, എൻ്റെ പേര് കിരൺ. ഞാൻ ലെമൺ ട്രീ ഹോട്ടൽസിൻ്റെ ഹെഡാണ് കേരളത്തിൽ.
Good evening all. Myself Nitin Devraj. I'm the HR executive, Lemon Tree Hotels, Kochi.
Hello, I'm Manoj Alapat. I'm heading the global workforce management for UST. We are an IT services company.
Yeah, hi, this is Nita. I'm heading the Learning and Development Department of Nest Digital as part of Nest Group.
സോ ഇപ്പൊ ഏകദേശം ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസ് ക്ലിയർ ആണല്ലോ. സോ നൗ യു ക്യാൻ ഹാവ് ഇന്ററാക്ഷൻ. എന്തെങ്കിലും നമ്മളൊരു 1-to-1 ഇന്ററാക്ഷന് മുമ്പായിട്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും കോമൺ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് എന്തെങ്കിലും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസിനടുത്ത് പിച്ച് ചെയ്യാനുണ്ടോ? Any common questions or anything you want to know?
Yeah.
Sure.
Myself is Dr. Suresh Kumar. I am representing College of Engineering and Management, Punnapra. So, being an engineering institution, I'm just giving a thought for HRs. So we had two programs as a part of an academics. One is the minor projects, major projects, as well as promotion of the internship. These are the three ways as the academics is concerned. They are giving a provision for an industry to collaborate with the academics. Okay. So my question is, how can, as an industry perspective, can contribute to effectively create professionals, or by giving some small projects as a part of the academics to develop professions with good quality. So nowadays we had the mini projects, major projects, as well as internships are going on. They are not fruitful enough to bridge the gap. So how as an industry can contribute to bridge the gap, at least to mold good professionals? That is my thought process.
So which industry to answer first?
Hi, sir. So myself, Nita, I'm from Nest Digital. You're from an engineering institution, right? So in our company, that is our internal L&Ds also have an external phase also. And we are promoting some technical training, and not like technical training. We called it as industry immersion program called IIPs. That is, everyone from the engineering field, they need internship, right? So what the internship means is that they need some experience or exposure to the corporate world. So based upon that intentions, that we create the term called industry immersion program. So apart from all other training, there may be some different technological trainings or technical training areas will be there. What is the key differentiators of us is that we are an IT company and we are providing this internship or industry immersion program. The highlight is that the students can learn from the developers itself. That is the trainers is not a created trainers or teachers. They are the real developers. So they can learn directly from the developers. So that is the exact thing. And so we already have MOUs for different engineering colleges, around 20 plus engineering colleges. We already signed MOU. And for the IIP programs, we have different competency areas we already created. That is on the web development. Then for the electronic students, we have embedded systems and IoT. And also we have data analytics and Power BI course we have. So these are the courses that we are developed to nurturing the real talents from the college life itself. That is, we have some similar experience. So based upon that experience that we created this IIP. That is when we hire some sort of freshers as a bulk, that is we experience this issue. That is when we hired, after giving the training, we held up the issue that they are not cope up with our matching expectations. So that's why we created this program. So they can join into our IAP session programs and they can directly enroll into the program and they can go ahead and complete some sort of mini projects on part of it. Thank you.
I'll just share my perspective on how our organization is working on this. One, definitely we have MOUs with multiple colleges in terms of how do we help them or collaboratively work with them on some of the projects, ideas, etc. Number two, we also allow the lot of engineering colleges to have the students visit the facility so that we give an overview of how an IT organization operates, what are the kind of things that our customers expect, so that
the students get a view of when you are in the real world, what are the kind of expectations, if you meet, you can deliver value to your customer, right? I think that's a similar thing we'll have to do when we do the internship, the internal projects, the major projects. I'll share a couple of my experience and what we actually look for. When we do for campus interviews, we always ask for the projects, the details, etc. There are multiple cases. As we deep dive, we figure out the project itself has been outsourced. Okay, so there are cases that as well. That's the extreme. Okay, but there are students who really passionately work on the project. One of the key thing we always look for is, if you do a project, are you really solving any problem for somebody, right? At least you have to solve the problem in and around or for someone, even if it's a small problem, solve the problem so that there is some value you are bringing onto the table. Many a times what we end up with is the same library application, the same this application, you're tired of it. Do you really want to keep reinventing the wheel? But at least can you solve a simple common man's problem around? So I think that mindset of, can the students look around in town, maybe the next 60, is there a problem that I can solve? Can I at least partially solve it? That's a great value addition compared to just a long technology solution that you solve. So that will be my 5 cents on it. Thank you.
We have one more industry who is representing for this session. We would like to introduce them.
Actually, we are from rupeebus.com. So we are a 100+ bank platform. If people want to start up or existing MSME, so we can able to help them how to start, how we can help for getting a finance from the multiple banks. So that's what I want.
So coming to again Srigomasa's question, so like 2 valuable insights we got. So we would like to hear from others also, how best this projects internship during the pedagogy implementation in colleges, how best we can develop. So over to you.
Myself, Arvind, I am representing ISAF Cooperative. We are into micro banking, financial institution, inclusive growth. These are some of the concepts that we work with. One thing that I have seen is there is a huge gap between the requirement of the industry and the academia, which is understood by everyone. So one thing that I have always pondered about is how we can solve this. So one thing that I have highly seen is in PESIT, that's an institute in Bangalore. They have incubation centers in their campus itself. Like Sir said, if you can get somebody to solve some small problems in their nearby cities or nearby areas. So those problems are brought out in these incubation centers and these problems are written down. And every graduate who is coming into the college are given a round of this incubation center and these problems are given to them. And they can check up any of these problems. And they are made to work on these problems. And then when the industries come along, they also collaborate with them. So what happens is instantaneously a industry academia collaboration is happening. And specifically for those, academics is giving time. That is the other challenge because academics is always behind the theoretical part and they are not having time for the skill development. That is one big challenge that we find every time. Means they want this theoretical part to be completed irrespective of what is the skill or what is their actual gain of the industrial needs. So that is something that the government also can help. Okay, and post completion of courses. Okay, if there can be having a 6 months or 1 year skill development program immediately after the course, which can be subsidized or government can provide the some incentives for doing that courses, that can really help. Means by doing this, what happens is they are learning the real skills. Means academic pressure is over. They have qualified and got the degree, which is very essential. Then they come into this part wherein they will be learning the needs and the skills that is required by the industry. That can be really, if government can help in this, that will be a great thing. That's something that I want to say.
So other industries?
With respect to retail, I would suggest is more than a theoretical thing. I would prefer to increase the skill development, the ratio between theoretical and the skill. I would say keep 60% skill and 40% theoretical. Something will that work, because retail is, everybody know, is like basic things only we need. Basic communication, the mentality which nowadays we require, you know, and the involvement level which we need in day in and day out. So these things, if we can, structure it from the root level, that is gonna make a big difference going forward. So skill, as we can see here, it's all related to skill. So this is what even retail needs, emphasize on skill.
Sir, so respected panelists, so in Kerala, we have around 13 universities and 1,300 colleges. In the sense, 1,300 colleges, all of them are science and arts colleges. See, in science and arts college across Kerala, there is a dearth in the admission process. That is because of major 3 to 4 reasons. That is not our part of discussion, but our discussion is regarding how to enhance a skill in the colleges and to make employability for the students. My direct question to 3 people here. The first one is to the UST global head who is representing that company. Sir, the major thing is, what is your requirement? Your requirements means the IT firm's requirement that you expect from our students and from the teaching academic community. So what is your requirement? In just a few seconds that you will not be able to answer it. But I'm coming from a college which was started in 1964. And we have around 8 different science background departments working there. We are very threat that we lose our students for many reasons. Immigration is there, students want more freedom, they are moving abroad, they think that they will be employed abroad. So all those things are there. But what is your requirement? If you could just tell us. I invite you to my college, which is in the capital city of Kerala, which is a rural part of Kerala, where you have the largest tribes studying in our college. Okay, it is not in Manandavadi, it is in Trivandrum district. So that is the first thing to dear panelists. The second is to the hotel sector. This hotel itself. So madam is representing here. In our college, there was a course regarding hotel management and hospitality administration, but the course is not running right now. So how you will be able to help us? Not only my college, to the entire University of Kerala, that course is not accepted right now. So we'll start it, we'll rebuild. So there is a rebuild Kerala which is happening all across, and by that we'll be able to, I think, in our Kerala Srishti it's possible. So such kind of inputs, if you are able to give us, we will definitely try to implement. That's the second one. The third one is MSMEs are getting, that's in more demand, is it not, sir? So how can you help our students if our students are able to think around and to create new startups? Would you be able to give us certain inputs? So if you are being invited to the university or some kind of initiative is being put forward, you will be able to tell us what is your requirement. So there must be a bridging gap between the academia and the corporates, so that we will try to equip our students by revamping the entire syllabus and making the students employable. And if time permits, my question is to the banking sector, which is getting more and more, it's moving to its hilt. The employability index is in its hilt, because in our colleges also, for the commerce streams, for the economic streams, the students are approaching. In the management seats also, we are able to give them, we are unable to give them give them proper accommodation in all the colleges. So there are certain colleges which has turned to give only banking related courses. So that is a new trend. So it's to the banking sector. How can will you be able to give us a placement drive directly to the campus? not through the KDISC or anybody else, directly to the campus, if possible to via KDISC. So I use this platform as a request to the entire corporates here. So that would be a fruitful fruition of this Kerala summit. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll primarily touch upon the three things that we primarily look for in IT services sector. Number one is the learnability that we really look at, because when we work with any new customer, definitely while you might know the technology, you know the domain, there is definitely new things that you have to work with the customer and understand. And as you move forward also, there is n number of new things you'll have to learn. So that's very important. When I was an engineering graduate, in 8 semesters, I think would have studied maybe around 50 plus papers, right? When I look back, I think what I was learning is learning to learn. I think that's a key skill set we have to acquire in any industry to move forward. As we move forward to adapt, that learnability is extremely important. Number two is being in a service industry, how well you have a service mindset. Are you ready to listen to your customer, understand their pain points, and understanding all of this, how do you work with the customer? So that customer service mindset is something significantly low. Third is your ability to connect the dots and create value, which is more of the solutioning. And in today's world, you significantly need your common sense, which is not that common, to really solve these problems. So these are three fundamental things that we really look for. Yeah, then definitely the aspect like, yeah, you may be technology on A, B, C, D. I mean, but if you are learnable, if you have good learning skills and you have the base, you can always learn. But these things are critical. But many a times, molding the students to get this thinking and understanding these three and really focusing on that, I think that's where academia can help. We can also come to the colleges and give examples on how you can really adopt these and take it forward. For example, I'm sure like in the hospitality industry, like somebody's having a breakfast. If I pick up my head and look at this thing, your really trained staff may realize, yeah, he's looking for something and really come to you, right? That's providing a great service. So that kind of real service mindset, how do you inculcate? Or am I just responding to a question? So that's significantly.
So thank you, sir. Before moving to the next sector, I'll just add Nest Digital also, who is from the same sector.
Yes, we occur to what Sir from USG already said. That is the critical thing is the learnability. That is when in the old days we have heard that when we got a job, the learning phase is over. But exact thing is not that. When we got or enter into a corporate, exact the learning starts from that point only. If we have a learning mindset, everything will already set. That is, if you have a learning mindset, you can learn is that is you can learn the A, B, C or whatever the technical stuff you can learn. The learning curve that you need to maintain. That is the first step. And also the service mindset, that is we need to deal with the customer, the client. The service aspect is also very critical. That is also we are from the learning and development department, apart from the technical training, that is we are giving some sort of behavioral training also. That is how to deal with the customer, how to maintain that behavioral things and all those things. So these are the two things I think that that is very critical, that every new step up or the new buds that need to maintain or need to nurture to maintain his skills by their own. Thank you.
So thank you, ma'am. We'll go to the hospitality industry.
Thank you for the question. I completely agree with what sir and ma'am has just said. Adding to which, what happens generally is to teach them is might be easy for us, but there are certain aspects that we will not be able to teach them, like empathy, mindfulness, and passion towards the work that they choose to do. So what we majorly face is exactly the same as sir said. At times we find people with no common sense at all. Because our job, I don't think is a rocket science. It is all, since we are part of service industry, it is just a bit of mindfulness and empathy that will do wonders. I'm sure, it will add along with communication and other skills as well. But this is what we look at most. Nowadays, we don't even look at what degree they hold, how many marks that they have scored. We only look at the basic understanding of what, department or what segment they choose, along with empathy and mindfulness. Thank you.
I'd like to add to your question, like how can industry help academia, right? If you're designing a curriculum, if you get the industry leaders as consultants to look at the material and to really vet the material to see whether it is relevant today or not, that is the first step to it, right? Then the kind of professors that are being selected, who is this person? Do they infuse that passion? A lot of people who come don't have the passion for the industry, right? So they want to be in customer service because it looks glamorous, because somebody has told them you'll earn 70,000, 80,000, and this is all, it's not true. There's a lot of hard work, and that motivation comes from when you really love to do what you do. So I've interviewed people and they say that, oh, I love cooking. I'm like, okay, when was the last time you cooked? It'll be like 3 months back. So if you really love cooking, would you really go into the kitchen like once in a quarter? So that really does not relate to what they're saying. So if, unfortunately, a lot of times educational institute has also become an industry, right? So either sometimes the teachers are not passionate about the craft. We are just filling up seats for the sake of, getting the masses. There was a time that they talked about hotel management and all. We had interviews to get selected to do the course. Now we take anybody who has the money to do the course. So then we have people who are not passionate. Then they come to the industry, then they see the hard work and there's no motivation or fire inside them to kind of, cross that hurdle and, go ahead. So while we are there to help, we are there to teach them the discipline and all, a lot of it actually comes from academia, right? Like if they know from the beginning, we had to go to Taj for after college, like from 9 o'clock. I'm from IHM Mumbai. 9 o'clock to 5:30, 5:15, we had college, and the industry would send a notice to the college, IHM Mumbai, Taj Mahal, Mumbai. We need 50 students. Our professor would say, roll number 1 to 50, you're going today to Taj, after doing a whole day of course. And then we would reach the hotel at 7. They would give us briefing. 7:30, they'd say quickly go and have dinner, come back. From 8 o'clock to 11:30, 12, we would work. And next day we had to come for college. And that is how we were groomed to kind of, work in the industry and learn to accept the kind of business that we're getting into. And a lot of people who saw this in the first few days, they left the course. So, you have that sifting of people who are really going to be there. Today, we have people who come here and then suddenly it's a cultural shock. Like, what is this industry going to be? Because they really have some rosy dreams. So somewhere, I think the college has not really, told them what this industry is going to be. Second, the teachers who are imparting it are not equipped enough. Third, the curriculum is. So somewhere we need to have that gap closed. And I think that will help us to kind of get little more passionate, service industry professionals who can take it forward.
I would like to comment on some of the things which we have discussed so far. I think we have been discussing about the gap between the academy as well as the industry for the past 25 years, but we couldn't reach fully to what the level which we have expected so far. For your information, one thing you need to understand: after the introduction of FIUGP 4-year degree program, there is a flexi module in each and every subject. Their students, we get feedback from the students. Students can add some syllabi into the, or suggest some portions into the curriculum so that can be incorporated, or the teacher feel that something has to be added, they can add. They have given each the entire freedom to do all such kind of things. So the question of updating the syllabus may not be an issue right now. So that part is okay. But as far as Kerala is concerned, you think about Industrial Training Institute, ITI, polytechnics, arts and science colleges and engineering colleges or professional colleges. Think of what is the difference between all these. And some colleges, okay, their technical, so the theoretical skill is 60%. Other part is practical part is 40%. And some courses it is 40 theoretical, 60 or 20 theoretical, 80, right? That combination is there. You cannot compare everything and saying that, okay, in every courses 50, 50 or 60, 40 has to be assured. How come it possible? If so, okay, we have to say that all courses are of same stature or same nature. So we cannot do like that. As far as I am representing arts and science colleges, where in arts and science colleges, we are giving importance to theoretical education. Skill is a part. Fine. Well and good. And you are saying that, okay, theoretically as teachers, we are teaching them. But where learning happens, how to check whether they have learned or they are able to do something, that happens when they are indebted to an industry, right? Then you are saying that they are not up to the mark. What you have to do? The one thing you can do is that, okay, you are saying that upskilling, you are providing such kind of training. But still some trainers said, even after making very good stuff in training, attrition happens. Why? What is an answer to that question? Why it is so common? No. So the same thing happened. So you cannot blame the curriculum, you cannot blame the teacher, you cannot blame the trainer. Even, okay, I conclude. No, a student, I am able to provide 20 students. They are very good in their theoretical stuff, right? Theoretically, they are great. And after undergoing training, you feel that they are excellent, right? They have done a very good project. As IIP, right? Your program, IIP, right? In the, the IIP program. Suppose a student who succeeded in all these, how many percentage of students are you able to absorb in Kerala? Right? That we need to think of. They are saying that all these are not okay, not okay, not okay, like that. If a person is okay, or you are getting, think of how many students in my field, computer science under Kerala University, around BSc computer science and BCA, every year around 1,000 students are coming out from arts and science colleges. Think of 20%, 200. Whether okay, that much industry to absorb these 200, I don't think. So we have to put in numbers. What else we have to do? We are getting enough pool trained students, but are we able to absorb? It's a real issue, right? This is happening. So it is not only because of the curriculum. Curriculum can be updated at any time. And some discussion went on like this, okay, in 20 years only curriculum is changing. No, it is not like that. There is a flexi module in everything. So where is the real problem? Then in an engineering college in Trivandrum, CET, I particularly said CET, one professor said some students very reluctant, even they pass the first level, second level, third level training. In the interview, they keep mum. You know why? Because they don't want the job actually. They want to check their stuff. But what the industry people feel, they get a guilty feel, right? Why do we come to that campus like that? Okay, some companies are not coming after that. These things happen because of the attitude of students. Okay, that some people put it clearly, right? So attitude of students has to change. The teacher alone can change it. The trainer alone can do the same stuff. Some other factors are also involved, right? Involved in that. So this is my comments about what are the discussion which went on. Thank you.
Just to add with that question, you may all, it's a general question, a general discussion point actually. It may feel to challenge you, not like that, just a discussion. We are in a global summit now. Just to see what's our name in globally, for what's our status of workforce, status of our workforce globally. Globally, it is recognized as the best workforce from India, especially from Kerala. Then where we are discussing about this gap bridging, where is the gap to bridge? Just I will tell you one example with my own. The teacher is there actually. This month from IT, I am from IT field. 1 year training, 1 year trade actually. The course is for 1 year only. After finishing that 1 year training, he got yearly package 8.5 lakhs. is an industrial welder. The teacher was here just before. After 1 year training, he is getting a package of 8.5 lakhs. The best road will go like that. Where we are bridging the gap, no, we are trying to watering or fertilizing on this desert area only. The best will go out with the monetary benefits. The packages are a little bit, we are not able to get the best. We have the best. From the academy, I'm telling, we have the best. We have the best outputs. But those peoples are, those categories are moving out. That's why Indian professionals or Indian workforce are getting good name globally. That's the matter. This is the addition of Sir what is largely explained. This is that also we need to think on. The package what industry can offer, you will get the best. Packages and offers are good, everything will change automatically. The academia will change, then training field will change. The professors also will be replaced. When the offers are good, everything will change automatically, nothing to do anywhere. The institute itself will be replaced. If the people are not getting that much of good training to cope up that offer level, the industry, that institute itself will be vanished. If the offers are good and the output from that institute is not able to achieve that offers, the institute and everything will be changed. The professors will change, trainers will change. Those are, everybody will be washed out automatically. Nothing to do. There's nothing to bridge, actually, my thing. This is a general discussion only. I am agree with there are gaps to bridge. Everything is okay, right? We are also trying to. But this point also, monetary benefit, the people will first point. My son is also, very first point itself, he will be explaining what is the benefit. Then only I will choose the way. That's what. Both the questions the industry can discuss on.
So from hospitality, we'll have a quick remark from Lemon Tree also.
Sir, in Lemon Tree, what we are doing is, rather than the technical skills, their academical expertencies, what we are trying to do is we are trying to take people with right attitude. If you have a right attitude, we will train, we will make them sustain so that they, from their career aspect, will grow. So that is why Lemon Tree is the largest growing hotel chain in India. And we, from the local community, we take people, we train them, and we educate them. We also enhance skill development, as well as we give them apprentice opportunities. We have IETs on board. We also have manager programs where, you know, the smart people, whoever has been selected, we give them 1 to 2 year management training programs where they directly become the managers. So there are also programs that we as an hotel industry also take up, and we invest on these students, and then their career is built in the hospitality industry. So majorly what we are looking is, whoever is joining this hospitality industry, they are, I mean, they realize that hotel industry is it's a tedious industry. People expect, as we all are guests, when we go to certain expectations. So every, and it is, today's life is not easy, and so is in hospitality industry also, every industry for that matter. So if anybody has that passion to do in any industry for that matter, there is opportunity for them. And as a stepping stone, colleges pave road for everybody to build what their expectation, and then they come and fulfill in X, Y, X, Z industry And that is how careers are built. Be it abroad, be it India, be it Kerala. I chose my career to be in Kerala. I studied from KITS Trivandrum, and I personally chose that I will not go abroad in Kerala itself. So it's all about passion.
Thank you, sir, and I appreciate your comment on the from.
Right. So thank you. I don't think I had any relevant question, but I'll tell you from my industrial experience. Um, so what we are currently doing is that, so for example, if we have some, requirement from a college. So I personally work with some of the colleges in Kerala, and as an advisor, wherein we tell them what we want, and they are training students basis our requirement. I'm not coming from an engineering industry or this an auditing industry, where in which we need people with auditing skills, financial understandings, communication skills. My clients are not from India, fully from US, and they'll have to interact with them. And our skills are basically ACCA or a CPA or a CA graduates or M1 graduates with pretty good skills. So the one challenge that I'm facing today. So 2 years back, I had around 200 openings in Kochi, and I was not able to hire people from here because the university results were not published on time. So I've highlighted this in multiple forums, and I had to go to Mangalore. I had to go to Bangalore Christ, St. Joseph's, Kisuri, all of them, and I hired my students because as per our requirements, um, while the candidate is joining on the first day, they should have their, the university convocation certificate. If that is not there, during the offer itself, we'll mention that your employment will be terminated. That's something that I've highlighted multiple times, multiple forums. I don't think something is happening. So hence, we are going only to the autonomous colleges. So that we, and PGDM colleges where we have PGDM degrees and stuff like that. So that's a challenge that we are facing. Though we have openings, we are not able to get people from Kerala, and we hire people from outside, and after some time they take a transfer and go. Still, then we'll fill it up. Second thing, what we do is, like I said, SCC is some of the degrees. So now we have given the requirements to college. Why don't you, for me, as somebody said here, that I don't look at the marks, I don't look at anything. We are cut off is 60%. Somebody is clearing the 60%, they'll be eligible for the interviews. So we have now advised the college to train students with an ACCA degree, which is related to our requirement, or train them with the CPA degree, so that if somebody clear that, I mean, if you get a certification, we can easily hire them. So we started that effort very recently, and many of the colleges, I think, Jain University, Rajagiri, and SB College, many of them are doing that effort. So that's an addition that they have done basis our requirement. Of course, other big fours in Kerala also doing that. And the skills like, for example, the Power BI, and the other technical certifications, where in which apart from your degree, so degree is just a qualifier for your job. That is not going to meet our requirements. Basically, see, currently nobody is having that time to train people. So what we do is we give 2-3 months of training. Then the expectation is that they need to kickstart their job immediately, right? So people who are not able to fall in track might get into the PFP mode and lose the job. And other challenges in the Gen Z thing, I'm not talking much, but everyone knows that we face challenges, but we try to get the best out of it. And somebody was talking about to come to my campus. So if you know about TCS has stopped that very recently, and they are started the pull in drive kind of a system. I'm not sure how many of them adapted it. We also started very recently. So the concept is that we want to observe the best from all the colleges, not only from one colleges. We don't want to compromise the quality of students from one college. So our model of test is basically a online test, where in which people who is clearing the test will get into the next rounds. It's an automated test. HR cannot do anything. The people who are investing getting in the test, they cannot do anything. Who are clear that test, they'll come to the next rounds. That is not automated. It is again audited. So no malpractices there, right? So that is one thing. Then the communication, the main challenge, many of them called out here. The communication is one problem that we are facing. People clear the test, but they're not able to. Somebody who scored, say, for example, 90% in the test, they may not be able to clear the final round of interview, because that is an expectation from us. So I mean, people will have to do that. So when I was passing out, we didn't have other option. I passed out in 2009. I personally did my degrees outside of Kerala because of the result issues. And, I got placed immediately after my next day of my college because I had my convocation certificate. So that today we are not able to do in Kerala. That's putting that to somebody else, but something that will academicians will have to push to this.
45th day. On the 45th day, results are being published.
Yeah, results are published, but the convocation certificates are not.
Sir, that is also
It's sorted?
given.
Okay.
That is also
So I'm
given.
talking about 2 years
Across
back.
13 universities, now the timetable issues are all over. There are many drawbacks still, but there are initiatives that has been taken by
So
the
I had a
government.
situation wherein one person has joined because that person didn't have the convocation certificates. I mean, they couldn't join on time. Just to push back.
That
So
was in the previous system. Now that problem
now I
has
don't know. I
been.
mean, I'm not talking about recent things. So this is this is the problem we faced 2-3 years back. I'm not talking today. Yeah, today. So hence, people will look at for the alternate options, right? You're talking about signed MOUs with colleges, just autonomous, degrees, and the PGDMs and stuff like that. These are some of the challenges that we faced in past. I mean, since I've told the problems, I've just mentioned that as well.
Now there is a change in system. Now a student when he join in Kannur University, then the second year or second semester itself they can transfer to Kerala University or any other universities. Until last year there was no provision for. If the student joins in Kerala University, they have to complete the course in that college and that university itself. Now they can transfer from any university to any colleges. There is no barrier for.
Yeah, that's a new system probably.
Yeah, that was initiated in the year last year, 2024 only. 4-year FIUGP program was initiated by this government. That is very successful. We are yet to get the results, but it will be very fruitful one as far as FIUGP is concerned. So let me conclude. Anyway, based on the question of Dr. J.S. Jahangir, the representative of UST Global has commented that he is ready to go to colleges to understand the students and to understand and what kind of requirement they need from the colleges.
Sorry, gentlemen, I'm
Just
interrupting.
I am concluding. Just through this skill summit, I am inviting all of you, those present here, to come to our college. Please have an interaction with our students. We are ready to provide a platform for all those companies who are present here because we want to interact with the companies and thereby we are ready to reduce the gap between industry and academia. Okay, thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you. Thank you for the understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we officially concludes today's formal proceedings. We truly value the time and attention you have given us throughout the program. Due to certain time limitation, we request you to kindly continue our conversation and networking during the dinner. The dinner is now ready and being served outside. On behalf of organization team, I thank you for your valuable presence this evening. We look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow for day 2 with even more engaging sessions and opportunities and meaningful connections. This is Anamika signing off. Thank you and have a pleasant evening.